Yeah, I forgot about the kick thing.
Bro, how did you do that just then? Like, I can't understand though. Like, you're so confident, you've never seen her before, and then you just went straight up to her. How? Teach me how. Like, I need to learn how
Yeah, right.
to do this.
I'm just about to announce a potential meetup for tomorrow, but it's quite short notice, and plus we're in like a different part of Bali, so I'm not sure if anyone really will show up. Me and Scott found a really nice gym, and we went to the rooftop of it there, and we've been doing like this huge, like 1,000 rep sweaty workout. So I think that'll be quite fun to like invite these guys. I'll pay for them all and everything. I'll get like a personal trainer for us to help run the session as well. Maudi, how did we meet?
How did we meet? Because of your weird shoes?
So I've started a relationship podcast. The reason being is I've spoke a lot.
Kenny donated $2. Hey, Vegan Gain, should I buy RE4 Remake or Alan Wake 2? Cheers, thanks for the stream. I'd say get both. If you want a horror-themed action game, get RE4 Remake. If you want a horror game that has action elements in it, get Alan Wake 2. Thanks for the donation, though, Kenny. Hope that helps.
A lot about entrepreneurship, masculinity, money, self-improvement, mental health, everything. But one of the very important parts that we must not forget is our love lives. If we can attract and keep
Be here every single day, 5 p.m. UK time.
for you and for our leader. And because of that, I wanted to serve the boys more. I wanted to wake up early again and to
Have you ever been jumped or been any bad street fights? Tell me a story.
I've never been jumped. I've never been in any bad street fights. I did see a kid getting mugged one time. And it was a gang of like younger kids. They had to have been around like 15, 16. One of them had a knife. They were trying to steal some wallet from this kid. I basically yelled at them and I chased them off. And then I just walked the kid who was getting mugged home because he was like too afraid. But thanks for the donation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
smash off those daily videos that have helped so many people. So I will be here every single day. I'm expecting my full-on tribe members to be here religiously.
So it's us and our group of 20, 21, 22, 23 guys. And I walk over to the front desk. Straight away, the woman there like sees everyone and she gets a bit scared and she's like, what's happening? Gets the
Yes, she's scared of this kid picking his nose, this fucking teenager who looks like he just got the gayest haircut ever and told the barber to fuck my shit up. Right. She's afraid. Oh, maybe this little tiny kid here who looks like he's in grade 8. Maybe she's afraid of him.
Gets the walkie-talkie, starts speaking in that. One employee comes, he's like, no, cannot do this, like too many guys. She's like, wait, I'm gonna call my manager. He comes, he's a bit shocked as well. He's like speaking to his business partner or whatever. Just, you know, it's a whole situation. We're all like in and out, in and out. I don't know what to do, whatever. Stand outside for a bit, and the manager finally comes back and he says, you know what, yeah, we'll let you do it. So another guy who was with me, who wasn't exactly a fan, but I met him recently, he's an adult. And he said to me, how many of these kids do you think are going to drop out of this workout and like quit? So I looked him in the eyes and I said, 0. Not my men. Not the way that I've raised them.
Yeah, they look like mass shooters, especially this kid.
Easy. Easy. Yeah. You machine. Come on, push. Nice run, man. Nah, nice run, bro. Come on, bro.
Can we watch this Turkey Tom video instead? Hamza content success.
What the hell? What's up, skibbity heads?
Why not?
Now, this may come as a giant shock to the audience, but, ladies and gentlemen, I
Thanks
do
for
not
that
care
donation,
about
niggas in
politics.
Paris.
I know, I'm so cool, right? I'm so cool because instead of spending time thinking about things that matter, I would rather spend my time thinking about Breaking Benjamin and Diet Coke and YouTube drama. Overall, just being a man-child. W-Riz, my good friend, this method of thinking is truly goated with the sauce.
Review Tech USA
It's
is
gone.
not
The
vegan.
news is just
No.
all of a sudden.
Fuck. Son of a bitch. Stupid wires, dude.
You know, that's not true. Recently, when he was yelling at someone for talking about their depression.
And as a result of not really caring, this whole Israel-Palestine thing has really passed me by. I barely even know what's going on. I see people screaming at each other all day over it, getting all worked up. I see Destiny screaming about it, getting maulding. I see Vegan Gains mad. I see Hassan Piker mad. And you know what? Fair enough. If you're passionate, if you hate Israel, if you hate Palestine, if you hate the media's coverage of this, that's your prerogative. Whoever you think is justified, you know what, man? Whatever. Good for you. You're all invited to the cookout, okay? But for me personally, I don't care, and you cannot make me. I have no stake.
Then Tom, why are you talking about it so much during this video? I mean, you say you don't care, but clearly you do care.
Well, that's the thing.
Being a former hockey player, do you think the recent death at the hockey game was accidental?
I don't know anything about that, so I have no idea. I didn't know there was a death at a hockey game, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Inverted.
I care about important world events when they're relevant to YouTubers. And in this case, those YouTubers are Ethan Klein from H3H3 and Hassan Piker of Hassan Piker Productions. Hassan Abi. You guys know who I'm talking about. Ethan Klein was really on his pro-leftism arc a few years ago after realizing that, I guess, there were some right-wing people in his audience that he really did not like. Meanwhile,
Call Destiny, it's an Israel debate? Wait, let me see. It's not debating anybody. What do you mean? The fuck is going on?
Been to Israel, Destiny?
Nope. Have you? Or waiting
Yeah, I am. Can I ask you another question while I look for it?
well, now you're spreading propaganda, so I'm kind of waiting to. I haven't heard
But you
anybody.
said
I haven't heard
nothing can
anybody.
prove that this is
What?
false.
I didn't
You
say. I
spread
didn't
it
say.
first.
Hold on.
You said nothing proves that this is false.
That's what I said.
Like what? You're showing it without evidence. That's spreading
The
propaganda.
evidence
right?
is that Israel posted a picture, and
Yes.
also showed other journalists who were in the area. They posted stuff saying this is a
So
picture of one of the charred babies. That
Israel
is,
never posts propaganda ever.
okay, so then a picture isn't evidence?
But Israel never posts propaganda ever. So everything Israel says is 100% fact.
I didn't say that. But what they posted is evidence. If you want to impugn them on the evidence, or if you
Yes.
want to discredit the evidence, then discredit the evidence. But as of my understanding, was everything that had been posted, nothing had been disproven so far. And there are a ton of international journalists that are in the area that are being shown stuff by Israel, that are going through villages and documenting stuff. I haven't heard of any of them challenging the claims of any of the atrocities that Hamas committed when they made the incursion on October 7th. I haven't heard that from anybody yet. So I'm curious where your claims are coming from.
Yes, I will share with you a video. You can watch it on stream, and you can look into the claims that this guy is making and decide if they're false or not. It's a 6-minute long video.
It's time to break this narrative once and for all. New video. And the quote is, before they launch missiles, they launch propaganda campaigns. Before they roll out tanks, they roll out narratives. Okay, let's see. On Twitter, this guy's name is Propagandco.
Well, that's not that guy's name. This is an account sharing the original video. You'd have to.
Gotcha. Okay, that's great. Yeah, why the fuck would I waste my time reading all these boring ass articles when I can watch TikTok videos? All right, here we go.
It's a 6-minute video. Whatever.
Let's see. Here we go.
Have you seen
Why would
this
I
video?
waste my time reading books when I can read Wikipedia? Says
We
Destiny.
found 8 babies burned in this corner.
An Israeli soldier conducts an interview in front of a destroyed home of a kibbutz. He says Hamas fighters burned babies and then beheaded them. But this is all a lie, and I'm going to prove it to you using Israeli media. Yes, that is right, Israeli media. But first, let's ask an important question. How did the
That may not be a lie. He may have just conducted a bad initial investigation.
Children in the same room, then someone come and kills them all. 15 girls and teenagers that put in the same room, 3 hand grenades, and it's over. This is a massacre.
Now, the Israelis want you to believe that Hamas fighters did this, but we know that they were only armed with machine guns and small grenade launchers. That doesn't cause this level of damage. So then how did they...
So the first claim that I would take issue with is that doesn't cause this level of damage. I don't know how much
An
damage
RPG can knock out a building. What are there? What is he?
Also,
what is he talking
isn't it
about?
known that Hamas carries RPGs with them as well? Pretty sure they do, but okay, let's continue to go along. He did show the one video, so okay.
level of damage. So then how did they destroy concrete homes like this? The answer is they didn't. The Israelis did. What? That is shocking. But why? And how would the Israelis do that? Well, Israeli media has all the answers.
Oh,
They
by the way,
interviewed the IDF
they don't just fire RPGs. They have a number of different
Exciting gray zone. So
projectile.
for anybody watching, I wouldn't recommend anything from this website.
They have a number of
Generally
different high
garbage,
explosive
but that's okay. It's gonna cite
weapons.
this, publication,
It's not
gray
just
zone,
RPGs.
okay?
They also have recoilless
responded
rifles.
to the Hamas attack, and they learned something shocking. The IDF was struggling to handle the Hamas fighters. Tuval Escapa, or however you...
Yeah, whatever. Israel, donate to us. Have you seen this guy before? He has an incredibly inspiring story.
Today, the United
Yeah, I've
Nations...
seen him. Thanks for the donation, Israel.
Pronounce his name. A member of the security team for Kibbutz Be'eri set up a hotline to coordinate between kibbutz residents and the Israeli army. He told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz that as desperation began to set in, the commanders in the field made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their occupants in...
Okay, let's see. And even though they were overrun by Hamas militants, how many Israeli citizens have been burned alive or actually killed by friendly fire? Oh, our good friend Max Blumenthal. Several new testimonies by Israeli witnesses to the October 7th Hamas surprise attacks on southern Israel adds to the growing evidence that the Israeli military killed its own citizens as they fought to neutralize Palestinian gunmen. Tuval Escapa, a member of the security team for Kibbutz Be'er, set up a hotline to coordinate between kibbutz residents and the Israeli army. He told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz that as desperation began to set in, the commanders in the field made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their occupants in order to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages. A separate report published in Haaretz noted that the Israeli military was compelled to request an aerial strike against its own facility inside the Frez crossing in Gaza in order to repulse the terrorists. So they can it's an Israeli woman named confirmed. Hold on, I'm just reading the rest of the article here. The military undoubtedly killed numerous Israeli non-combatants during gun battles with Hamas militants on October 7th. They eliminated everyone, including the hostage, she stated, referring to Israeli special forces. Is there anybody else at all that's corroborating these reports?
Let me look into it further.
Okay.
Don't you donate to us? Hamas is now exploiting animals for their BS cause. Fuck Hamas. What? They painted a bunch of mice Palestinian flag colors. Wow, dude. Fuck these people. They can eat shit.
Sure, what about it?
Thanks for the donation,
I was just
Dutchie.
curious about like yeah, your take on all of that, because I did notice when like trying to find more information about this, like how much of that there is. It seems to be a lot, and it's kind of hard to differentiate sometimes, as well as like a lot of like crypto accounts and stuff like that.
Well, it's not that hard at all. I basically ignore every single thing that Jackson Hinkle says. He's a literally avowed propagandist But I also ignore everything that like Blumenthal or everything that comes out of like the gray zone. Also, I would completely. This is like on, like Jackson Hinkle. Okay. Also, hold on one second.
So Destiny's just debating a fucking
6 hours ago.
pro-Palestinian
Wait, when is
tard.
this video footage? Hold on.
Just want to see if I can find a video of an RPG firing on a building. Because Hamas doesn't just have RPGs, they have a variety of other recoilless rifles as well. Alright, that's pretty funny. Don't see the aftermath, though. RPGs can knock down buildings, though. So that could have very well been an RPG, or, again, some other type of recoilless rifle.
Працює.
Enrique Rodriguez, donated $2. These people are fucking insane. Let me see.
Do you condemn Hamas?
I condemn the killings of Hamas, but I also do condemn the occupation which caused the killings of Hamas.
Would you condemn Hamas?
I'm sorry, if somebody's coming after me and my people and my land, oh, get ready. Get ready. There's no...
So she's saying she would murder babies if somebody was occupying land she owned?
Nothing that I wouldn't do for my people.
I think obviously it's a horrible
Like, I'd just like these people to explain, how does murdering children defend land?
situation, but if somebody's beating down on you over and over...
Jalen, hey VG, could you survive the modern workplace? I barely can, man, so I just called off. If I had to work a normal 9-to-5 job, I'd probably just kill myself, to be honest. Like, that sort of life just seems like absolute shit. Unless it was some particularly fun job or something, but yeah, if I had to work some boring office job and just punch numbers into a machine, I'd probably just off myself. Let's see. Mangoes. Thanks for the resub, dude.
and over again, eventually you're gonna hit back.
People will say, condemn Hamas, and it's the equivalent of like someone who's African American committing a crime or rioting, and then going up to a random black person and being like, hey, do you condemn them? I shouldn't have to condemn someone just because they're the same color as me.
What? It's insane.
But for you to give a blanket statement of like, do you condemn Hamas, is you trying to do a microaggression as if, hey, you're brown, why don't you do that? Do you guys condemn Hamas?
No, they're calling you out for being a fucking fascist.
Would you condemn Hamas?
Yeah, these people are pieces of shit. Fuck all these people. Like, these are all people who should not be employed.
Meanwhile, Hassan is the biggest political streamer in the world. In terms of a business transaction,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it
set
makes
up Kick, okay, dude.
sense for them to do something together. So with Frenemies, which was the show with Ethan and Trisha Paytas on its way out, it was time for a new show, a new collaborative podcast. That show would end up being
Aquamarine $20, the land wasn't even stolen.
In my years as a leftist activist, I used to have an argument that I thought would end any pro-Israel.
So, what happened was the British controlled Palestine. If you're going to be very technical, yeah, under British rule, technically Israel did not take any Palestinian land because it was owned by the British. But land was stolen. On top of that, like, the international community has recognized that the settlements in the West Bank are illegal, and if you look at the 1967 borders, they're way different. So, Israel-Palestine border over time. So this was the 1967 border, and this is the, border now, basically. Also, much different compared to 1947. And this was the original UN plan as well. I do not understand how the fuck they decided to divvy up land. It's pretty retarded. There's a cat meowing at me.
Argument. It was an argument that, to me, made very clear why Palestinians were...
Yeah, whatever.
Leftover, starring Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker. The first episode of this show released in September of 2021, and it's got 2 million views. And Ethan's stated goal was to have a comedy-based show about politics dedicated to clowning on idiotic people. I assume mostly idiotic right-wingers. In the first episode, they talk about how they think they have good chemistry, they get along well, and Ethan says he's a big fan of Hassan's live streams.
You don't want me to talk about politics, so I went and made a whole show about it. But the spirit of this show is not serious policy debate. It is bringing righteous justice to these bags. That's it.
Okay.
Just clowning on idiots.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I mean, that's what I do regularly. So when you hit me up, I mean, when we did that original podcast, your podcast, I was like, is this a thing? Like, are we vibing right now?
Right.
Right off the bat, there were a lot of people on this podcast for even existing. More right-wing people had a problem with it, or maybe former fans of Ethan who didn't like the direction he was going. But outside of that, Ethan's core audience saw it very favorably. If you check the comments on episode 1, a lot of people are super excited for this show to go down. I mean, we already know this is a match made in...
The video I sent you literally a debunking of that specific map lol. Look at the thumbnail of the video, man. You need to do the actual historical research on this.
Okay.
That map is a complete lie.
It's 35 minutes long. Why not? It's not like I have anything fucking better to do.
My years as a leftist activist,
Thanks for the donation, Aquamarine.
I used to have an argument that I thought would end any pro-Israeli argument. It was an argument that, to me, made very clear why Palestinians were on the right side. And this argument was actually a picture. This argument was a series of maps. And we see these maps right now. They supposedly show us that through the years, Israel is grabbing more and more land from the...
In regards to Israel and Palestine, it's a tricky issue. Israel unfortunately had their people tortured and destroyed in World War II. That there's probably serious generational trauma and cannot look weak again in history, sadly. So they have to fight.
That is not what's going on right now. Thanks for that donation, Ben Shapiro.
I agree they should be fired and be left out on the street to starve to death.
Yeah, none of those people should have jobs. They should be kicked out of whatever schools they're in if they're attending school. They're pieces of shit. Like, not condemning Hamas, that's literally the same as saying, like, I support Hitler. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The Palestinians. So this is the first episode in our supplementary series trying to shed some light in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the question we will discuss today is, has Israel actually stolen Palestinian land? And our vehicle for answering this question will be this very famous, I would call it meme. But it's not just a meme, because this series of maps has appeared in reputable publications, and as you will see on your screen, but also...
Richard K. donated $2. You seem particularly chirpy today. Not in a good mood, unfortunately, but thanks for the donation, Richard K.
This series of maps, the so-called diminishing Palestine or shrinking Palestine maps, has also been used by the Palestinians themselves. So, for example, we see the president of the Palestinian Authority pointing out these maps as an example, as a proof of the historical.
People are always like, I lost my job for advocating for Palestine. And the advocating for Palestine is always like, now I know why Hitler did it.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. It's just all rampant anti-Semitism. The majority of it is anti-Semitism, and then there's a small percentage of people who are just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Chili. L donated $2. Mouse intentionally deactivates trap. Well, mice are pretty smart. Based mouse. Thanks for the donation, L.
After which vultures should fly down to peck out their rays, just like the end of Snow White.
Yes. I would have to agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
First, why are you so sexy? Second, have you read this high IQ Twitter post from Mavi? Very informative.
Shit. Fuck. Let me take a look. Frank Tufano.
Clearly the reason that Israel is so vicious to protect the land is BC they were disrespected throughout history and never had their own land. World War II being a recent and most bad example. I'm telling you, the fear of Nazis is still part of Israel's aggression.
Yeah, that has nothing really to do with the current shit happening in Gaza, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben Shapiro. Let me see if I can order this shit. Restaurant closed. Sweet. Thanks, Ben Shapiro. Thanks, Frank, to Fake in Blood Supply. Preliminary analysis of the Ministry of Health of the State of Palestine death records, assuming they are real, would provide some evidence against the claim that Israeli engages in discriminate killing, or at least complete indiscriminate killing. However, the degree of discrimination can certainly be better. I understand there are factors may explain that, but it's still worth noting. Let's go over some concepts before we get into the analysis. One possibility is that they are discriminate, at least to some degree, towards combatants. Another possibility is that they are discriminate, at least to some degree, towards civilians. Another possibility is that they are not discriminate to any degree in either direction. I take the indiscriminate/discriminate concept to be a spectrum. In the middle of the spectrum, there is just random killing or bombing or whatnot that would result in near zero expected deviation in the proportionate militants to civilian deaths based on expected population demographic proportions. On the other ends is complete discrimination, which can be perfectly good, 100% militant deaths, 0 civilian deaths, or perfectly bad. How do we go about testing the hypothesis, getting some ideas of the direction and magnitude of effect based on this data? Well, the hypothesis come with certain expected observations, that is, observations that are more likely to be observed on one hypothesis than the other. Dota donate $2 thoughts, obviously under duress.
ביבי נתניהו שלום, אנחנו נמצאים בשבי החמאס 23, כמה ימים? 23 ימים. אתמול הייתה מסיבת עיתונאים עם משפחות החטופים. אנחנו יודעים שהייתה אמורה להיות הפסקת אש.
There was not supposed to be a ceasefire. They're clearly being forced to say this.
אמור לשחרר את כולנו, התחייבת לשחרר את כולנו, ובמקום זה אנחנו נוסעים.
Don't mean to ask you stupid questions, but is Chris Bumstead or Sam Sulek both on gear? Don't have a good detection on who is not.
They are probably the most obvious and easiest examples of people who are on steroids. So yes, they are without any doubt whatsoever both on steroids. Thanks for that donation, Willmage.
במחדל הפוליטי, ביטחוני, צבאי, מדיני שלך, בגלל הפשלה הזאת שעשית ב7 לאוקטובר, בגלל שלא היה צבא שם, אף אחד לא הגיע, אף אחד לא שמר עלינו, ואנחנו אזרחים תמימים, אזרחים שמשלמים מיסים למדינת ישראל, נמצאים בשבי, בתנאים לא תנאים. אתה הורג אותנו, אתה תהרוג, אתה רוצה להרוג את כולנו, אתה רוצה עם צה"ל להרוג את כולנו, לא מספיק טבחת בכולם.
Yeah, they're being forced to say this.
לא מספיק אזרחים ישראלים נהרגו, שחרר אותנו עכשיו, שחרר את האזרחים שלהם.
They're trying to pressure Israel to do a ceasefire.
שחרר את האסירים שלהם, שחרר אותנו, שחרר את כולנו, תן לנו לחזור למשפחות שלנו עכשיו! עכשיו!
Yeah, they are clearly being forced to say that, and Hamas is trying to make them to do a ceasefire. That's obviously not going to work. Frank's massive bulge in $2. This is being promoted by the government. Fucking stupid.
Because that's the only thing these Hamas supporters are good for: buzzard food.
Yeah, I would say so too, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, man. This is fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Frank's massive bulge. For example, if Israel is discriminating towards killing combatants over civilians, we'd expect the killings to be disproportionately be male over female in relation to male-female population demographic, since combatants are far more likely to be male than female.
I'm likely super ignorant to how Jewish and Palestinian people interact in real life, but I'm so confused about hate for Jews. I know a lot of Jews, and they don't even act religious usually. Even if they did, Judaism seems way more peaceful than Islam.
Well, yeah, Judaism is a much more peaceful religion than Islam. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam. We would also expect a disproportionate underrepresentation of children in killings compared to the proportion of the population that are children, since combatants are far less likely to be children. If Israel is discriminating towards killing civilians, then we expect the reverse observation. Deaths should be disproportionately favor females over males and children over adults. If Israel is completely indiscriminate, then we would be more likely to expect no major deviations. Using the dataset released by the Ministry of Health of the State of Palestine for the death records and comparing them to Gaza Strip demographics profile, I was able to test these observations. My findings indicate that there is a statistically significant disproportionate favor of males over females and statistically significant disfavoring of children. This is most consistent with the hypothesis that Israel, at least to some degree, is discriminating towards combatants against civilians. However, statistical significance should not be confused with effect size. The effect size of the discrimination we were looking for leaves much to be desired. There are, of course, factors that may explain this, such as the population density, use of human shields by Hamas, and imperfect or improper usage of strikes by Israel. Resolving that under determination is beyond the scope of what this analysis is capable of. So Gaza Strip demographics profile, dataset from the Ministry of Health, State of Palestine, statistical significance for demographic deaths versus expected deaths. On the basis of Gaza Strip, population demographics were calculated using a chi-squared test, value of the alpha set to 0.05. Group most disproportionately underrepresented in killings was those aged 0 to 14 years old, making 42.53% of the population and 33.68% of the deaths. The group most disproportionately overrepresented in killings were those aged 25 to 54, making 29.47% of the population and 38.36% of deaths. Females were disproportionately underrepresented in killings, making about 50% of the population, 42.96% of the deaths. Males, by extension, were disproportionately overrepresented in killings. Chi-square statistic for male-females was 0.00, so highly statistically significant, and highly statistically significant for age breakdown. Limitations of the analysis. Entire dataset here might not be real and simply fabricated by Hamas, since that is literally coming from Hamas data. This analysis is operating under the assumption that the dataset is not forged and is more or less accurate. Secondly, there may be other factors that change the proportionality that do not involve discriminatory intent on behalf of Israel. This may involve local regional differences in population demographics more likely to be targeted, disproportionate evacuations of different demographic groups. In spite of these limitations, this preliminary analysis hopefully provides some insight. Very based post by Avi. Let's see. Cute gains and utilitarians. This may cheer you up, my adorable chocolate bear. Let me see. Wow. They're rolling. That's amazing. It's funny how pandas like to roll. They're very goofy, silly animals. Wow, look at them rolling. Dude, if pandas would, like, stay that size, there'd be so many people with pet pandas. But they get pretty fucking huge. Let's see. Oh my god. Baby black bear and baby polar bear. Wow, look at them. They're so stubby. Look how stubby they are. They're very stubby. Oh my god. So stubby. Oh. That looks like a old scruffy guy.
I get my B12 from chips and salsa. It's in there somewhere, I'm sure. Cock.
It's probably not in there, but thanks for the donation, non-wib.
He's giant.
You probably do not want to bother that bear.
Imagine finding a creature like this taking a nap under your house.
This guy's huge.
The 1,000-pound bear.
And spec king of Hamas.
Hostage families fear Israel's war in Gaza is putting hostages at risk. Well, it is, but recovering hostages isn't a priority for them. Again, the grounds in which Hamas are willing to negotiate are retarded. Like, they're demanding that the airstrikes stop, they're demanding for a ceasefire. Obviously, Israel can't do that. It would compromise their main objective of destroying Hamas. And you also don't want to be the one to dictate terms. You want to be the one to dictate terms. You don't want the hostage takers to be the ones dictating terms. So negotiating with the hostages the way the Young Turks suggest is fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Really wants to be left alone. So how do you get a bear to take a hike? Make a lot of noise.
IVG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. I wanted to tell you that when my bro and I went to that all-you-can-eat sushi place, we started to see a bunch of Jews walking around the streets peacefully. We wondered if there was a synagogue, but there was a mid-school.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that, but that's good that they're not getting attacked. Thanks for the donation, Bendover. Dodo donated $2. Let me take a look at this. Israel, Gaza, IDF used Palestinians as human shields, 1,200 occasions in the last 5 years, says Israeli defense officials.
How can the young turds stoop so low?
Israeli Defense Ministry will appeal against a Supreme Court ruling banning the use of Palestinian human shields in raids. Israeli Supreme Court ruled last Thursday that the human shield procedure used by the IDF when detaining Palestinian terror suspects is illegal, violates international law. Israeli Defense Force made use of human shield procedures on 1,200 occasions, human rights groups, So... I'm not familiar with this. I'd have to do more research. Israeli soldier stands on top of an armored personnel carrier near Gaza. Does this have anything to do with that?
News very Yevid. I only watched a little bit, but this one is a little bit more crazy than usual for his main channel.
Let me take a look. I can't watch that. If there's babies in the video, don't bother sending it to me. I can't watch it. Thanks for the donation, faggot. I'd have to look into that more. I don't know what they mean by human shields. Dodo donated $2. Did you see Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou? It was crazy. I thought Francis outboxed him. I did not. I didn't see that fight. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pokey donated $2. Let me see. Netanyahu's now going fully genocidal, calling Palestinians Amalek and citing the Bible to justify their destruction. The Bible called out to utterly destroy all that Amalek have and spare them not, but slay both man and women. Yeah, sure.
Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember and we are fighting our brave troops and combatants who are now...
Pretty sure he's referring to Hamas and not all Palestinian people. Yeah, like, make sure... Yeah, the guy named fucking Muhammad has the most uncharitable interpretation of this.
In Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel.
Like, by the way, this fucker is never going to call Hamas genocidal, even though it's literally in their doctrine.
Are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the Six-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero troops, they have one supreme main goal: to completely defeat the murderous enemy and to guarantee our existence in this country.
Yeah, he's just talking about Hamas. Fucking stupid.
Pew pew. Hurrah. Pew pew. Hurrah, 777 nig. Hurrah, nig. Hurrah, nig. Hurrah, 7,777. Richard, the purple tip of your mandingo smells like mustard. I'd like to put your wiener in my buns and eat it. Also, have a good chat. Also, when did you last fuck Jasmine? Also, Sneed. 777,777.
Well, thank you for that, Poopy Stinks. Appreciate the donation.
Of the alleged historical injustice against the Palestinians. So with me today is Elan Zurno, who will help me understand what we are seeing in these maps. So let's break it down. Let's start from the first map that shows the area, the wider area, before 1947. And what I see here, Elan, is a few Jewish settlements, and everything else supposedly belongs to the Palestinians. So is this an accurate representation of what was happening?
No, this map is fundamentally dishonest. I think it's designed to fool people and create a narrative that is far from the truth. So we should go panel by panel through this map, and it's good to start with this first panel. But I think it's important to say, to answer your question, did Israel steal the land? The answer is no. It did not steal the land. And I think there's more to be said about the issue of, is there such a thing as Palestine?
World War III $22. What effect has World War II had on the Israeli-Palestine conflict? Well, it brought Jews to Israel. So, I don't know. I guess it's the impetus of the whole thing. Thanks for that donation, though, World War III.
Palestinian land. Is there such a thing as Jewish land? And I think the answer to that is also no. There's land that's owned by individuals. And then you can ask, what is their heritage? What is their background? What is their religion? What kind of beliefs do they have? But there is no land that's owned by a collective. And I think that's one of the pieces of context.
Frosted walnuts, $22. Whoa, this shit is nuts. Let me see. Well, he almost got run over. The fuck is this dumbass doing? I don't know. That doesn't look good. Bye-bye cargo. Yep. That is not gonna work. That is clearly gonna fall. What are they doing? Dude. It's pretty cool how they bring ships into, you know, the sea. Looks risky. Thanks for the donation, though, Frosted Walnuts.
This kind of map drops. And what the other thing to say as just set up for this map in general is that this map is an excellent example of a fallacy that Ayn Rand identified called the fallacy of dropping context. So knowledge is not atomic. Knowledge is a network. Knowledge is something that's
World War III is coming. First Israel and Palestine along with Ukraine and Russia. Then China and Taiwan. Before you know it, Italy and Japan will jump in. Then the US, Austria, Hungary, Poland, Germany, Ohio, Denmark join, and don't forget Spain, the UK, France, Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Thanks for the donation, World War III.
Do you think India should be sanctioned for killing a Canadian Sikh separatist leader on Canadian soil?
Yeah, probably. They're not going to do it because there's so much trade between Canada and India, but yeah, probably. It's pretty fucked up. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
integrated. And if you rip something out of context, we know this from when people rip quotes out of context. That happens all the time. But if you rip knowledge out of context, it is not useful. You can't understand what you're being told, and it's usually used by people who are trying to lie to you or deceive you or trick you in some way. And I think this map is an excellent case study of that fallacy. So let's look at this map that you asked me about. This map is ambiguous over an important issue. So in one respect, the white areas that you're seeing represent settlements. So where people...
RB Vegan donating tellers. If I'm on a date with a guy and I mention my accolades, such as my degrees in education, will most guys not care? Yeah, most dudes aren't going to care. I'll tell you why most men don't care if you're really well educated, if you have a really good job. It's because in all likelihood that's not going to benefit them in any way. But if a woman is dating a guy who's really highly educated or has a good job, it's certainly going to benefit them. Women don't share their fucking money like men do. On average. If if I were dating a girl who has a lot of money, in all likelihood, I'm going to have to buy like my food. I'm going to have to pay for my side of the date. I'm going to have to buy all the things that I like and that I want to do. I have to buy my own vehicles. I have to buy my own clothes. I have to buy my computer parts, like RC cars, scooters, but when a dude is dating a girl, even if she can pay for her own shit, again, a guy's gonna still buy her food, a guy's gonna buy her clothes, a guy's, again, if you make a lot of money, a guy's gonna buy her vehicles and shit. So that's why most men really don't fucking care if a girl makes more money or is really highly educated in general. It's because they're not really going to benefit from it in any way. Why would I fucking care? It doesn't, so to some extent it might say something about you. It might say that you're smarter than certain people. It might say that you're harder working than other people. But again, that's not something men are really going to care about. If a dude's looking for a good romantic partner, men are sort of more interested in a romantic partner that's going to be there for them. And if a girl is really focused on her career and just doesn't have much free time, well, that means they're not going to be there when they need them. So if a dude's coming home from work, they want a woman who's going to be there to kiss, cuddle, maybe help with making food or something, or doing laundry. So again, it's just not something that really benefits men much. In general, you're gonna have to find a more niche, specific type of guy who would be interested in that sort of thing for whatever reason. But thanks for the donation, Barbie Vegan.
Of Jewish extraction are living. What does the green represent? It is certainly not where people live, because big parts of this area are unlivable at this time. They're either desert, they're uninhabitable, they're not arable land, you can't farm them, there's no irrigation, there's just no civilization in some parts of these. So it's just not true that this is representing the same thing on both sides. So what the green
And don't forget India, Ireland, Wales, Netherlands, Australia, Egypt, Nigeria, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Sweden, Belgium, Croatia, Holland, Bolivia, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Zimbabwe, Qatar, Finland, Luxembourg, North and South Korea, Chile, Chad all join.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for the donation, World War III.
Is trying to tell you is like this whole area was somehow peopled, and the white was peopled, and those are the two groups we're thinking about. But that's not historically true. What the green is showing you is a claim for collective ownership. And I think the important thing to see here is that there is no such thing. And the second thing that's important as a sort of a principle that should condition this whole context is that the idea of this area as belonging exclusively and for eternity to the Palestinians is an essential tenet of the Palestinian cause. It is not a claim that has existed before the cause in any meaningful way. So what we hear, we're going to liberate Palestine from the river to the sea, we're going to own it for eternity in Allah's name. Those are the claims you hear from the different Palestinian factions. That is the default position that they take, that there is no speck of land that the Israelis can live on that is legitimately held by them. So the presence of every Israeli, of every home, of every factory, of every shop is illegitimate by that fact. So
Well, this guy's making a good point. I mean, from the very beginning, Palestinians denied that Israelis could have any land. That, like, again, suggests to me that there's some, like, weird ideological basis behind this.
This map is actually doing is smuggling in the Palestinian cause perspective. There is no size for Israel that's legitimate. And I think that
I like career women because they are way less parasitic on my time. I dated a girl who was an engineer working 60 hours and she was super low maintenance. She wasn't clingy and gave me space because she also had her own stuff going on.
Yeah, so if you don't want somebody who's clingy and you need a lot of your own personal space, then that might be a benefit for you. Thanks for that donation, though, career woman. Jalen donated $2. How long till most US and Canadian people have universal basic income? It's probably going to happen in our lifetime, I would imagine. But I'm not sure exactly on the timeline. Like, with AI and automation, like, how fast it's growing, I would imagine in our lifetime we're going to see... we're going to end up seeing UBI. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
that's an important piece of the context that is pushed out of the picture, and you're made to think, well, look at all these people living here, and then this small dots of white somehow comes and takes over like some sort of infection. And I use that because there's often that kind of dehumanizing perspective that comes into the Palestinian narrative. So this map is fundamentally misrepresenting the facts on the ground at the time, and it's deliberately, I think, ambiguous between political
Dodo donated $2. Do you believe in the Nakba? Well, the Nakba was just the fight between Palestinians and Israelis, right? Like, that was just that small kind of war between them. Like, that happened. But I'm not on Palestinian side when that happened. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
population and what actually was going on in terms of the land.
And also, of course, for thousands of years, that land, the whole of the land, was part of empires. So at that point, so after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the British took it over for...
And I almost forgot Cambodia, Albania, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Czech Republic, Cuba, Ecuador, Iceland, Jordan, Kenya, Ethiopia, El Salvador, Georgia, Greece, Guatemala, Haiti, Morocco, Pakistan, Honduras, Liberia, Lithuania, Madagascar, Peru all joined our war.
Yes, can't forget those. Thanks for the donation, World War III. Ocean donated $2. If I jump in a pool with a bunch of dolphins, will they be friendly or will they likely fuck me up? I have no idea. Like, I've seen videos where people swim with wild dolphins and they don't seem to do anything. There have also been stories here and there where people have sexual relationships with dolphins. So dolphins seem to be overall friendly with people. Thanks for the donation though, Ocean.
Sometime. So there was no, let's say, Palestinian state, to put it simple. Now, let us move
Just one more
to
thing on that,
this-
Nikos. Sorry.
Yeah,
Nikos,
one more
I just
thing.
want to jump in. One more thing on this, which is it's really important. So I said unequivocally that Israel did not steal the land, and it's not the topic for today. Today we're going to focus on this map. But one important thing to say about this issue is there is documented history of how the incoming Jews acquired the land. Now we have most of that evidence. There might be cases where you could say the land was stolen. I don't think that's the predominant factor. What actually happened, and this is something I talk about in my book, What Justice Demands, America and the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict, we have reams of evidence of how the land was acquired through purchase, trade, exchange of value for value. Now, you might go back and dispute some of those transactions. You might say this was not a fair price, but that's an important part of the story. So where you see these white settlements, those were acquired either individually or through consortiums where money was raised in Europe and other parts of the world in order to acquire the land.
So some of this is like Indian trading, basically. Bebe donators, do you get raccoons where you live in Canada? Yep. We have tons and tons of raccoons. They're all over the place.
Got some leftover corn pops here.
Yeah, raccoons are super cute. I like raccoons. Oh my god, look at him grabbing. I like how they grab things. That's amazing. He likes corn pops. Thanks for the donation, baby.
So there's a whole history here that, again, this is an example of dropping a context, whereas that is part of what you would need to know in order to assess the claim that this map is pushing about stolen land. But sorry for cutting in. Why don't you proceed?
It's okay. That's very, very important, what you just said. So let's go then to the second part of the map. So here we are in 1947 going to 1948. So what happened then is that the United Nations, so at some point the British colonial forces, okay, we give up, we can't figure out what will happen here because there was already violence in the land. And then the United States comes up with a partition plan and says there's going to be two states, the Israeli state and an Arab state for the Arab population, which would be what we see there with green as the Palestinian land. So notice, of course, that this is a plan which already Israel is smaller than it would hope, because at some point, years...
Kid Beard, $2. Let me see.
The lowest in terms of dating and marrying. In fact, actually, Black women are high in dating because we give up sex the most. We're for the streets. We're twerking. We're doing we're doing the most. We dominate rap in the culture that is very sexual, especially in the U.S. So a lot of men see us as easy targets to, to have sex with. And we have the highest rate of having children outside of marriage, wedlock. And so men see us as bedwenches, easy to have sex with, but they don't see us as valuable wives. Our culture, especially in the U.S., I don't know how it is in the U.K. I know it's a little different, but our family structure is so broken and so destroyed that we really, the majority of Black women in the U.S., we've been put into a position of just being, sexual, just for a man's sexual pleasure. But if they're going to take a woman serious, that's why you see a lot of Black men, when they become successful, they're not marrying us. I mean, they do. Okay, let me say this. 80% of Black men are marrying Black women, even when they're successful. But there is a huge thing where a lot of Black men are going to other races. Why? And a lot of women don't understand. They say the man is racist. No.
That is a bizarre statement. What is it at now? Something like 5 or 7% of the US population is black? So when 80% of black men are marrying black women and then 20% aren't, like, that's kind of what you'd expect with population demographics.
No, the culture that woman may have been brought up in, her submissiveness, in our culture, being rebellious, dressing provocative, it's standard. It is standard. We hate ourselves a lot. We hate our own hair. We want our butts to be the fattest. We pride ourselves on things of being bosses, having the fattest booty, being able to twerk the best, but not intrinsic values that is a wife. And to speak.
Oh my fucking God, dude. Women want to be attractive. And guess what? A lot of black dudes, they like big fat asses. How the fuck does this make any sense?
To Maggie, like we talk about.
Like, okay, let's do this in the white girl context. Oh, we like to dress nice. We go to the gym so we can have like a flat stomach and like a nice like flat butt. We want to be toned. But do we do anything that makes us like, attractive to like as a wife? Like, women want to look good. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with marriage material?
Like colorism in our culture, because I think race is not just race, but it's colorism within our own culture, where they prefer light skin, they prefer this, that, and the other. I tell you on God, an attitude like Maggie, a lot of men, like, regardless of anything, like, to me, there's such a peace and an aura about her that a lot of women can learn from, of every race, but particularly in the black community, that's not standard model. Like who she is. Like if you come around Maggie, you just feel loved on. You feel like home. And so I think a lot of black women can retain that. But if we're talking about race, we're talking about black women. Let's just be honest about it. We're talking about black women. We have the lowest marriage rates. We have the highest birth rates outside of marriage. Why is that? We have the highest number of abortions. And
I don't know if you'd still see that if you adjust for socioeconomic status, because that's a huge confounding variable.
Our behavior and the culture we promote, if you look around the world, look at our rappers, look at the culture. Most men see us as sexual tools.
Do you agree with what she...
Some of this is weird. Like, how many fucking people are rappers? It's just fucking bizarre.
You're saying?
Yeah, I do.
Do you agree with what
100%.
she's saying?
Yeah.
Do you agree with what she's saying?
Partly, but not everything.
Okay, do you agree with what she's saying?
I do.
What was the partly? What's the part that you don't agree with?
All right, whatever. Thanks for the nation, Kid Boo.
Earlier, it was promised an even bigger part that would include what today we call Jordan. But Israel says, even with this relatively small piece of land, again, most in the south is desert, Israel says, we are okay. So what is very important here is to notice that there would have been a Palestinian state if the Arabs at that point said, okay, we get this deal. How did the Arabs react? They reacted by declaring war to Israel, literally the day Israel declared its independence, which was the day that officially the British mandate on the area expired. So, Elan, any comments on the UN partition plan? Is there anything of interest here?
Yeah, notice how this map now is about sovereignty of nation states versus population distribution. So this is a very different kind of map. Colors are the same. That's something you should notice if you're trying to evaluate this map as a tool for thinking. Why is there no signal that that's the change? Okay, so
Okay, so what he's saying is there should be a different color for a nation state versus Israeli population. So most of this land may have already been occupied by Jews at this point, but it's making it seem as though this land was just taken when a lot of it was likely already occupied and owned.
So now the other thing about this is it's at least honest up to this point. This is a plan. This never came to fruition for the reason that you mentioned. That immediately a war erupted within this area, and then shortly afterwards, foreign nations neighboring invaded with the goal not to impose the UN plan and rescue it, but the opposite, to completely overturn the idea of the UN plan, whatever its merits. And you could debate the merits of this UN plan. It wasn't the first plan for partition, but it was the one that went into effect under the vote. Those foreign nations that came in were not, and this is important, were not there to make sure that the population of Arab and Palestinians, and we have to talk about what that means, that population was not their concern. Their concern was to take over this territory and make it either part of Syria, part of Egypt, part of Jordan, part of, I mean, even the Iraqis sent people and the Saudis sent people to fight in this contest. So in this conflict. So there was really an attempt to grab the land. And if you were thinking about, if you were really concerned about the idea of a Palestinian state and what happens after 47 and why didn't it come to fruition, the point you raised about it being rejected is important. The point that the second point that's important is the fact that the supposed champions of this idea were not interested in it, and they came in and made it worse, and whatever Palestinians there were who wanted a state that would have been part of this UN deal, they were prevented from pursuing that because of the invasion of those foreign powers. And then the final point I would raise here is there's a deeper philosophic issue over and above the history and the politics, and that one again is part of the context that's dropped and deliberately dropped and evaded. And that is, yes, the UN voted for a partition, and you can cling to that if you're on the side of the Israelis and say, look, we were on the right side of this decision, and you can point fingers and say the Palestinians were not, and so forth. And that's fine. But the deeper question is, should there have been any partition? Should there have been any state for Israel and any state for the Palestinians and the Arabs in the area? And that's the philosophical.
I know you like higher end figs, but this one's kinda cool. On pre-order now.
Let me take a look. It looks good for what it is. For Marvel Legends, it actually looks really good. Especially the face sculpt. Marvel Legends is getting much, much better quality, for sure. Their quality is improved. But, yeah, it's still not my thing. I'm more into the higher end figure, you know, range. But that does look really good for it being a Marvel Legends. Yeah, the face sculpt and the torso especially look really good. And the painting is very, very accurate. Thanks for the donation, though, Spider-Man fan. Appreciate it.
Question. And I actually think the Israelis deserve to have a state because they were moving in the direction of a state that did and does now enable people to live in freedom and prosper and build and produce. Whereas what I think would have been expected of the Palestinian state is the opposite. It's what you see in all the neighboring regimes, which is they're authoritarian monarchies or theocracies, and not at all conducive to human life. We don't know what that would have looked like. Oh, actually, we do know, because the history, as we'll see, does point to what the Palestinian state looks like. But that's an important issue. What are the conditions? What are the moral premises that make your claim to statehood valid or invalid? And that's just completely ignored here. So we start with map 1, where everything is Palestine except for this white growth, which is Jewish settlements. Then the white growth increases and the Palestinian decreases, and it's shrinking. And oh no, how could this possibly be the right way this should be going? This is a problem. No, the real question here is, what are the conditions that human beings need in order to live in a society? What is a good society? What is a just society? That's the principle that should govern who is entitled to a claim to statehood and for what kind of state. And that is completely ignored. And it's important for people looking at this map to ask themselves, why is that question not being put on the table? Why is it being pushed out of the way so that I'm led to think that the Palestinians are being victimized by this white growth on the map labeled Israel? That's an important question anyone who's touting this map should be answering.
And Elan, just to clarify something, because there might be people out there with bad faith and they will say, so what you're actually saying.
So I've heard of this argument before. Israel was able to develop a nation that's democratic, in favor of human rights, much more economically, scientifically advanced, more developed, and what Palestinians would have made is basically like a shithole like Afghanistan. That's a legitimate argument to make for sure for why the Israeli state should exist. So that also makes sense to me.
Saying is that you would know already from 1947 that the Arabs in the area would not be able to create a state that will do what is the function of a state, what should be the function of a state, which is to support the rights of its citizens. And the answer is yes, we knew it already then, and it has nothing to do with any ethnic origins. It had to do with their ideas. It had to do with their ideologies. All the surrounding states, all the
It's time to be your age vegan gains. You can't be playing video games, gossiping about Hamza and Frank Tufano and talking about Marvel stuff. That's for kids. You're in your 40s now, so you got to leave that stuff behind. Clean your room.
I am never going to clean my room, and there will forever be underwear and socks strewn about. Thanks for the donation, hot African boy.
The Arab leaders, actually the goal was to throw the Jews to the sea. And that's not an exaggeration. That was an actually recorded and an actually the official goal. So why do at least I claim that it's questionable whether the Arabs should have taken a state, and you say maybe they shouldn't, is because of what they were up to already. So it has nothing to do with the fact that they are Arabs or the others are Jews. The question is, the government that you're about to install there, will it function in the way a government should function? And I think this is something very original that we bring to the table, that objectivists bring to the table, that this is not about ethnicity. So who was there 2,000 years ago? Why did the Jews have a state and the Arabs have not a state? The question is, what type of government are you going to install there? Anyway, let us go to the third map. So what happens actually, as we said, is many neighboring Arab nations attack Israel. Israel actually loses 1% of its population in the war of 1948, in its independence war. Some of these people had just came back from the Holocaust, having survived the Holocaust, and yet Israel wins. Israel defeats these foreign armies, and now the state of Israel is expanded to what we see now, this white area. Now, before I go to Elan, let me say for me what jumps out as a big lie in this map. So from 1949 to 1967, in 1967 we have the 6-Day War, so we're going to talk in a bit about that. What is portrayed here is that the green area is Palestine, which is a huge lie. Elan alluded to it earlier. The wannabe conquering Arab armies did not want to create a Palestinian state. They wanted to grab whatever they could for themselves. So what you...
Jalen, $20. My apartment had bed bugs, so they were checking our rooms. I cleaned my room and had 8 bags of trash. What's most you ever had? I don't know, 4 or 5 bags of trash. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
You see there, called Palestine, on what is today, we call it the West Bank, was an area that was occupied by Jordan. And what did the Jordanian army, actually that was the area of the Arab Legion fighting, what did they do there? Atrocities. They expelled every Jew and they destroyed the synagogues. And did they then declare this part of land to be Palestine? Of course not. This was Jordan. And the Gaza on the left towards the sea, this was part of Egypt. Of course, both areas had many, many refugees. But the question is, how did we end up with refugees in our hands? Well, we ended up with refugees because
Egypt
of the aggressive war of 1948. And many refugees actually left under the command, under the advice of the Arab leaders. So, Elan, I wanted to set some very basic historical context because I think particularly this segment.
Okay, so that's interesting. Palestine, this isn't Palestine. This is actually area claimed by Jordan.
Of the map is actually enraging in how it completely defies reality. But what's your...
Yeah, I didn't see the hockey player that got his throat slashed. That's happened like 3 or 4 times before. I know it's happened to at least one goalie. I know it happened to some other hockey player. But that, yeah, I mean, you have razor sharp blades and people skating around like crazy. It's bound to happen at some point.
Your take on it?
I agree. I think the important piece that's being dropped here from the context is what you mentioned, which is that the Jordanian regime governed what is known as the West Bank, the big green part, and the Egyptians controlled what is the Gaza Strip. And neither was particularly motivated to support Palestinian statehood as a goal. They actually were opposed to it. The Egyptians in particular were quite brutal about it. They let the Palestinian factions operate within those areas. They didn't completely crush them, but they weren't particularly supportive either. And it would have been a shock to them, to Egypt and to Jordan, to hear that this is Palestinian land, because they conquered it and they viewed it as theirs. And this was, so if you'd shown this map to them at the time, if this were a contemporary map, they would be outraged, because this is certainly not the picture that their fallen soldiers had fought to conquer. I think the other piece of this, which is important, that isn't mentioned, and it's not at all what people who push this map want you to think about. Again, we're seeing that the outline of the map isn't changing. And Israel, colored in white here, is growing. And it's, again, it's not, this is not representative of population. This is sovereignty. And this is the toggling back and forth between those two is important, because what is actually true of the green is that it's very densely populated, and it's...
Okay, so yeah, they're using the same colors to signify different things throughout these like time periods. So if they're talking about so they keep switching between Israelis and Israeli controlled land and Palestinian controlled land and Palestinians, and what the map should do is show one or the other. Okay.
In both cases, whereas the white is not so. And so it's important to see that continual equivocation within the map. And I think the point you raised about what kind of state would you build, I agree, that's fundamental here. And that to me is why this isn't ultimately a land question. It's a question of what you would do with the land politically. What kind of society would you build? And we've seen the kind of societies the Palestinian cause has tried to build. And it's certainly not an ethnic or racial issue. I think it's important to just amplify your point on that. That's not at all how I think about this. I think it's a mistake to view it that way. And I think even though the participants on both sides often do view themselves in those terms, it's a mistake. I think it's not the right way to see it. And I think what we should do is talk about the final map. Or I think that there is one more panel, right?
Before we go to the one last comment on this map, one last comment. At least we could say at that point, are the areas with the green, are they good neighbors to Israel?
Pepe $82.90 or not? Let me see. Age restricted. I can't watch this because I'm not signed in. Yeah, I can't view it. Thanks for the donation though, Pepe.
And the answer is, of course, no. The green areas are the grounds from which Fedayeen, these were so-called freedom fighters, they were starting raids, they were engaged in raids against Israel. Raids that looked a lot like the monstrosities we saw on the 7th of October, which means raids to random Israeli communities, to random kibbutzes here and there, and then followed by massacres and murder and terrorizing the population. So keep this in mind as we go to the next map. So the next map is the aftermath of the Six-Day War of 1967. And of course, there's something here which is missing. And this is that first of all, in 1967, the Egyptian armies and from the north, the Syrian army are creating a circle around Israel. And also it's expected that Jordan might enter also the upcoming war. So Israel engages in a preemptive strike, it destroys the Egyptian air force, and then it beats both Egypt and Syria and Jordan. Jordan enters the war, although Israel pleads with Jordan, don't enter the war. So what is missing from this map is that, first of all, after 1967, all this area is white, all this area is occupied by Israel, and also more area on the south, the Sinai Desert, is occupied by Israel. Now, let us pause here for a second because this is very important. How did Israel end up occupying the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights? Again, this supposedly legal occupation is key in the narrative of the Palestinians. So why did Israel end up occupying these territories? Remember, in 1967, Israel is fighting a defensive war. The Arab states, Egypt and Syria, were ready to attack Israel. There is very little doubt about that. Also, these areas, the West Bank and Gaza, but also the Golan Heights, were used as points of attack by the Arab countries against Israel. So it was a very important security concern for Israel. And remember, Israel pleaded with Jordan, do not enter the war. So if Jordan had not entered the war, the West Bank would not be occupied territories. If Egypt had not planned to attack Israel, the Gaza would not be an occupied territory, and if Syria had...
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration. The only reason these areas have been occupied and sectioned off and like quarantined is because, yeah, they were attacking. Cordy donate tillers. This government would probably turn out better, so it's the right side. Sounds a lot like utilitarianism, Richard. What about the rights of people living there? If you're interested in the rights of people living there, then the government that would protect more rights would be the government you'd be interested in. Like, would you have rather, like, if you had two options, have the Taliban control Afghanistan or have, I don't know, the United States control Afghanistan and have a democratically elected leader put in place, would you not rather have the US government just take over and own Afghanistan if that would have prevented the Taliban from taking over? It's the same kind of idea. So if you're interested in rights, well, the government that's put in place that would protect a greater amount of rights would be the government you'd want. Doesn't sound like a utilitarian argument to me. Thanks for the donation though, Courtney.
An attack, the Golan Heights would not have been occupied territories. So Israel had the right to keep these pieces of land.
Autism donate tillers, one of the cringiest things you'll ever see.
This is my Comic-Con one.
Well, yeah, I've seen it.
My Comic-Con. I'm very surprised that it fit perfectly in the dimensions because I just like eyeballed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Show banner. Okay.
Ooh, that stings, Rance.
Yeah,
that stings.
Yep.
Spider Queen.
She did not even want to touch that guy. Thanks for the donation, Autism. My name is Bitcher, donate tillers, bro. I'm hella bored and burnt out from all this Israel stuff. I think the chat feels the same way too. Hard to sit here while you act like an armchair foreign policy expert. Maybe talk about vegan stuff, thanks. Maybe you could send me fucking videos to react to or some shit. There's not much going on, so... I don't know. Send me videos to react to if you're so bored.
And how important these pieces of land were for its defense became evident some years later in 1973, where the Golan Heights and the Sinai Desert gave Israel the strategic depth that it needed to withhold the attack of Egypt and Syria to withhold round 3 of their war against Israel. But
Does Frankie have any new material?
I think I checked before stream and he didn't have anything new. Oh, he just uploaded something. I'm not watching this. Maybe we can react to that. Just stupid food.
How are you guys this week? Free range meat vlog number. And the order's over. Everything's pretty much packed up.
Thanks for that donation,
They're finishing
James.
putting away some eggs in here. That's all I can really do for now. Just ask you guys on the West Coast to order a little bit more so we at least make some money on the packages. When you buy these products, most of the stuff from the website, the dairy, the eggs, like potato chips on the foods, you're supporting the local Amish farmers a lot. And it's really dependent on the consistent business for them because it's really what they do. Like, I barely make any money on any of those products, but that income that they get is a large percentage of their income. So
Great business he set up. Barely make any fucking money while working a ton. Genius. Cordy donate tellers, the idea that Israel needs to do this for self-defense is bullshit. Let me see. Meanwhile, this is happening in occupied West Bank, not in Gaza, no Hamas, but just appalling violence against Palestinians by settlers living illegally on occupied lands. We're not talking specifically about the fucking West Bank. I know there's shit in the West Bank going on that's bad, but the idea that the disputed territory is entirely fucking Israel's fault is fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Cordy.
just keep in mind, guys, when you're purchasing the dairy, as I said, the dairy, eggs and stuff, that the money is going to like a good cause. Like, yeah, just keep that in mind, guys. You're not supporting, some giant corporation of people that like stealing money and taking advantage of people. You're actually giving money directly.
Yeah, rather than giving money to a successful corporation that employs more fucking people and can give them a livable wage, make sure you give money to Frank, who's barely fucking scraping by. Like that, and pay more for the same thing. Like, what a genius. Renee donated $2. Looks like fun. Let me see. Michael Myers Challenge O-Line Edition. Yeah, that looks like fun. It's pretty funny. Thanks for that donation, Renee. Mike donated $2. If Son Piker were to become a dictator in his own country, you think he'd be worse than Fidel Castro? I think he'd have no fucking idea what he's doing. So I think for different reasons, the people of Cuba would be dissatisfied with his rule. But probably to a similar degree. So I don't think he'd be as bad necessarily when it comes to direct violence perpetrated by the government, but they'd probably be dissatisfied to the same degree, but for different reasons. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
To the Amish farmers, because a lot of these guys are stuck selling their milk to, big milk companies that are barely paying them anything for the product. So those big companies are pocketing most of the profit in their big production facilities. Anyway, I'm standing in our potato chip room. I think I told you guys last week. The coconut oil potato chips are now back in stock. We have a lot of butter.
Gays and atheists are arguably better off under an Israeli occupation than under a self-governing Palestinian state. It's an important thing to take into account. Once the Palestinians stop killing people, maybe we can talk about statehood.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we've seen LGBTQ people get attacked at pro-Palestinian protests. There was a guy waving a LGBTQ flag at a pro-Palestine protest. He got attacked. His flag was stolen, and people were like punching and kicking him. Thanks for the donation, though, gays.
Butter available, grass-fed A2 raw butter, much larger volume than normal.
Dude, Frank looks like he's about to die.
Guys, I need to take a nap. I went to bed at fell asleep 1 a.m. last night and got up at 5. Sat in my car for 3 hours. Thought I was going to fall asleep. But we saw the pigs this morning. Meat looks good. It's basically raw milk-fed pork, so it's very, very healthy. Very, very healthy meat. That should be available in a week or two, so I won't touch too much on that.
Fuck.
Nothing crazy this week. I'm going to try to get rest because I'm about to drop. Surprised I didn't fall asleep on the car ride home. Surprised I even made it here to work today, but whatever. I forgot to bring this camera home yesterday, so last week we posted the vlog a day late on Tuesday. So I gotta go home on Tuesday. What's up, guys? It's Tuesday. I forgot to bring my new vlog camera, so I'm just on the phone checking on the fermentations and the 3 o'clock right now. I've been packing up orders for organ supplements, Wi-Fi shielding, freezer. The temperature got too hot to like 95, and then the sauerkraut was maybe in there a little too long, so we'll have to mess around with the sauerkraut recipe next time. Maybe put a little garlic in there and some stuff to...
Oh, great. So Frank doesn't know how to make fermented food properly, and he might be shipping out shit that has botulism poison in it.
To get the fermentation going a little better with like some wild yeast. There's really not much going on today. Yeah, I mean, the day's pretty much done, so I don't really have much to show. You can restock the beef barley stew. Oh, we have in the city, New York City. So if you guys are interested, I'll probably do another video on it. I'm gonna send out an email. Basically, our dairy farmer has like more milk than we can sell and more dairy products in general that we're able to sell on the website. So I figured, you know, sometimes it's a product that some people like buying in person, mainly the milk. Like the other stuff, like the butter, the cream, the cheese, like that stuff ships just fine. But I'm guessing if we started doing a pickup site in New York, then maybe you guys, we'd be able to support the Amish farmers more and get them more money and just sell more dairy products in general.
Amish farmers are pieces of shit. They're absolute scumbags. I don't know what the hell this thing is about, support Amish farmers. They're retarded religious zealots that don't treat their animals well, that fucking try to skirt past things like USDA regulations because they don't believe in like fucking technology and shit. They're fucking assholes.
So let me know, guys. If you are interested, send us an email to info@frankiesarrangemeat.com with what your weekly order would be. You know, we have all the basic dairy stuff, A2 raw grass-fed, milk, butter, cream.
How in the fuck is Frank selling raw milk? Like isn't that illegal? He could give somebody fucking bovine tuberculosis. How is he selling raw milk? I don't understand. Somebody should fucking call the cops on him.
Cottage cheese farm, basically any cow dairy product you want. I mean, just send us a list of the products that you would order every week if we were doing the dairy pickup sites in the city. Because I'm trying to help these guys out, and I would eventually like to move to pickup sites and deliveries in the future. I'm just trying to figure out logistically, like the only way we would do it now is if we had a large volume of orders at once, but it would probably just be like a pickup site somewhere in Midtown or in Manhattan. And, we drive in, you guys would pick up your order, pay us, and it would be like once a week, probably on a Saturday or a Sunday. I wanted to put that at the beginning of the vlog, but we'll just do it at the beginning of the vlog. We're just waiting for FedEx to come get them. I told you, lacto fermented. So this is not your typical like pickled giardiniera. This has a very high probiotic content. I'm curious if for make more. I did order cucumbers and cabbage. We're gonna try the pickles and the sauerkraut again. So we should have those ready in 3 weeks. I'm going to actually pay attention and make sure they ferment properly, because the giardiniera turned out very, very good. So there's no reason the other stuff shouldn't turn out good. We just need to change the process a little bit and make sure the temperature is correct. So a little bit of a delay on that, but Thursday. What's up, guys? It is Thursday. Quiet day. Not really much to show you guys. We've just been doing some miscellaneous stuff. I'll give you a quick look around. So this is all the lemon light that I made. We're just waiting on some larger labels. We have some slightly smaller containers. But the thing with the powders is, if you have a pound of powder, sometimes it fits in a 16-ounce container, sometimes it doesn't. Like in the case of the lemon light, 1 pound actually fits in a. And maybe some other stuff will come in this week, maybe not. See you guys Friday. What's up, guys? It is Friday, and I came in earlier just to show my guys some stuff, do a few things. Now it's about, I don't know, 2 o'clock, and we did get a few shipments in, the eggs, the dairy, a lot of chicken that my guys have been labeling like for the past 3 hours. So I guess I'll show you guys what we did today. We have the new batch of pickles, and we're gonna do the sauerkraut too. Difference is this time that the pickles are kept whole. Yeah, my guys have been labeling chicken all morning. Here we have some fresh drumsticks. Then we have the sauerkraut over here. It's all massaged. We're about to put it in glass. We actually used a starter, basically took some pre-made sauerkraut and put it in there to give it like a start on the lactobacillus cultures. So in the fridge, we had some fresh dairy come in for you guys. This is actually the farm fresh pork. I'm gonna label this and put it in the freezer now. This is gonna be the new local pork share. Over here is the ground pork we have on top here. That's all the ground pork. And then I think those are the
amount of animals that are dying. So this asshole can barely make a living, dude.
only 3 cuts that I have to show you right now. The pork chops, which are pork rib chops and pork New York strip chops, the shoulder blade chops, and then the ground pork. What should come in next week is we're gonna have some smoked ham and smoked bacon. So the pork share isn't gonna be like a crazy amount of items, but it's all fresh, minimally slaughtered every week. It's the freshest chicken you can buy. I'm not gonna sell it what they're selling it for. I'm gonna sell it at a normal profit margin. So like to me, when stuff is being sold for that much money, it shows that like the market's manipulated and these big corporations control all the media.
Is that chicken being stored correctly?
Again, in all likelihood, probably not. It's Frank, so. Given that people are ordering from Frank, hopefully it's filled with like some sort of bacteria that fucking kills them, and then Frank goes to jail for it or something. Thanks for the donation though, James. So Frank's lying. All of his shit is massively overpriced, and he's saying, oh, this is like a fair price that I'm giving you. It's so much cheaper. He's just full of shit. It's way more expensive than anywhere else.
So like the small businesses don't get to sell their product at all, and the big businesses are selling the same product at double the price, and that's what people are buying.
Yeah, like, what sense does this make? Like, if you look at economies of scale, bigger businesses can sell for a cheaper price, and that's why it's hard to compete. It's harder for smaller businesses to compete because of economies of scale. So he's just fucking lying.
So trying to be fair about it. Yeah.
Sure. Gay turd donate $2, react skip to 650. Let me see. Israel's evil propaganda campaign. Sure.
Accuracy in wartime is pretty important, just like at the face of things. Whatever the case may be, you guys heard about this institution called the IDF? The IDF and Israel broadly have been running an insane propaganda gambit that actually doesn't seem to be doing that well. So they put out this message, an urgent message for the residents of Gaza. They put this message out after power and communications had been cut to Gaza, and they did it in English. So I don't know what the
tons of Palestinians speak English.
What his business model is.
Clearly, it's not a very good business model if he's constantly complaining about losing money. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Yeah, so tons of people speak English in Gaza. You can literally look at interviews there. Half the people there speak English. There's literally been Vice reports where they interview Hamas fighters. Half of them spoke English, and very fluently, too. English is the universal language of the fucking world. And secondly, just because this press report is going out in English that you're seeing, it doesn't mean that they're not having Palestinian translations. And like the idea of like there's no power, there is power in Gaza. You can see fucking you can see what's it called? Solar panels on the tops of a lot of fucking buildings. They are handing out fucking pamphlets, and it's an extremely small area too, by the way. It's very easy for information to go into fucking Gaza and spread quickly.
Palestinians are meant to get from this, but you know, maybe the IDF hasn't caught on to the unavailability of their English speech in the Gaza Strip. It's obviously meant to be a propaganda message for the West.
Yeah, they're brown, so there's no way anybody speaks English there. That's not racist.
So this is going to be some sort of like fake, sincere, earnest, impassionate call for peace between our people. If you just give us the hostages that the IDF have already been bombing and killing, mind you, then all this will come to an end, blah, blah, blah. This is just one facet, one fragment of a broader propaganda campaign that Israel has been desperately engaging in as a way of keeping the West on their side, you know? Because that's the main thing they're concerned about. As I've said many times before, Israel is only able to get away with this because they have America's backing. We shield them from a lot of international consequences. And the only reason America backs Israel is in addition to the fact that Israel represents a geopolitical advantage for the West. Though that's faltering, honestly. Israel has been less and less of a good bitch buddy to us as time has gone on. Israel and Voldemort. Now we have this. To this. Let's take a look.
Attention, citizens of Gaza.
Partly because of how shamelessly transparent this is. Like, yeah, dude, you're definitely addressing internet for sure.
This is an urgent military advisory from the Israel Defense Forces. For your immediate safety, we urge all residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City to temporarily relocate south. Let me repeat. We urge all residents of northern Gaza and...
They've literally... This is the same fucking thing they've been fucking saying for what, over a week now? To relocate? So how is Vosh fucking claiming this isn't for the citizens of Gaza? They've already been fucking saying this.
Gaza City to relocate south immediately. This is a temporary measure. Moving back to northern Gaza will be...
He's trying so hard not to joke or laugh, holy shit. Well, IDF officials are all...
I'm fucking done watching this.
Yeah, I think I was showing you guys yesterday the white chocolate chip and dark chocolate chip. We sold out by the time this... The thing I did was just film my YouTube video, edit it, get it uploaded. So that was like the first few hours of my day, and then I kind of rushed to work, showed my guys some computer training stuff. So now it's already 3 p.m. and we got a few things to show you guys today. We did get the chicken breast all nice and ground up, and all the orders are ready and printed out for tomorrow, Sunday. We're going to fill them in the freezer. I got the some guy coming to check today for this.
Bro, fuck me. I made the mistake of going to PetSmart to ask if they had vegan cat food. Instead of saying no, the bitch employee went on a tangent of carnivorism. The cat's gonna get sick and die, and I'm an animal abuser. So much for the smart part.
Well, she's a dumb fucking bitch. I went to the vet fairly recently for a checkup for Prismo. And the vet asked what food we're feeding him. And I said it's like vegan pet food, like this vegan cat food Benevo. Then she's like, oh, cats can't be fed a vegan diet. And I'm like, yeah, they can. And then she didn't even argue with me. It was really fucking weird. He's 3 years old and he's been on the same diet since he was like, 4 to 6 weeks, or no, about 6 to 8 weeks, somewhere around there. And she says this to me.
Fuck going Anders.
Sure. Thanks for the donation, Private Observer. And thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
The install of the hood. My guys have been packing up some of the egg orders. These are gonna go back in the fridge for Monday. Yep. Ground chicken breast is now available, corn and soy free. We wanted to offer anyway. I hooked up the gas line to that heater. It was just like a quick attachment and you put a new thermostat, so not too big of a job. Now we have heat in here, so my guys won't complain anymore. They don't dress for the weather, so like I'll be in here sweating and they'll be cold, so it's whatever. But we got the heat hooked up there. They cut the pipe over here that was blocking me from putting new vinyl curtains up. So if we put those up, we should have a bit better insulation in here. I've been doing the meat orders for the past few hours, so we got all the meat orders ready. Taste is flat. The pork, Frankie's Naturals.
Well, Frank's an idiot, but we already knew that.
But Israel, when it realizes that at least some of its adversaries, in this case the Egyptians, are interested in a peaceful coexistence, it gives back Sinai. It gives back the Sinai. And actually what we see here is that after the 90s, Israel engages in talks with the Palestinians. And actually it gives some administrative autonomy, some administrative rights in the Palestinians, both in West Bank, this is the dots on the center towards the north, but also in Gaza. And actually since 2005, Israel completely removes itself from Gaza. The results, we see them today because a year later in 2006, Hamas gets control of the Gaza. And also something important, around that time, there are two offers to the Palestinians for a two-state solution. One offer by Clinton and Ehud Barak around the Camp David, and another in 2008. Neutral people claim that these were good deals, but the Palestinians did not take them. So this is my historical context for this last map. So Elan, you wanted to talk more about this map. What draws your attention?
The first point I would raise here is that this is gliding over the so-called peace process that began in 1993 with the Oslo Accords, and that led to the West Bank becoming a Palestinian, West Bank and parts of Gaza becoming the beginnings of a Palestinian state under that agreement. This was the classic Land for Peace agreement. And the idea was that by 1994, the Palestinian Authority, which was the government in the making, would take over administration of the West Bank and then eventually all of Gaza. And that's what you see in the green bits on this map. Now, this is 2005. That's just more than a decade since the Palestinian Authority came into being. Why does it not look like a solid green the way it would if you saw the original maps that this peace agreement had been built on? Well, because the Palestinian National Authority, the proto-state, the beginnings of a state, was a failed state before it became completely sovereign. It was a dictatorial regime. It was stealing from its own people. It was carrying out and encouraging...
Bought an RE4 key for 45 Canadian dollars, which was a pretty good deal, so now I have some extra money to go cheers.
Well, that's good, Kenny. Hope you enjoy RE4. Thanks for that donation, man.
Fostering and paying for attacks on Israel from within its territory. So to the extent it had sovereignty, it was anarchic in many ways between rival police forces. Just imagine what that looks like. Not rival armies, rival police forces, domestic conflict. So the West Bank that is taken over by the Palestinian Authority from 1994 onward is a catastrophic failed state, basically. Before it's even born, it's failed. And that is partly what Israel does in response to that. Is it starts clawing back authority. It starts bringing back its military. It starts to collaborate to make sure that it doesn't completely implode and become a worse threat than it already is. So the reason the Palestinian Authority isn't a solid green on this map is because it was not interested in becoming a state. It was interested in exploiting its own people and waging war on Israel. Now flip over to, so it's interesting, this is 2005, because as you pointed.
Name 5 terrible people you wish would vanish from the earth. Also, at what point can we start unaliving carnies to save billions of animals from genocide?
See, Trump, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Penguin Zero, and Rayleigh Link. Thanks for the... Oh, yeah, and what point can we unalive carnies? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, vegan ass cheeks.
A little happy Halloween for you before I sleep for work in the morning.
Yes. I've seen this. It looks weird. Looks funny, though. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie.
Netanyahu made a based speech yesterday that there will be no ceasefire with terrorists. Also, I know Ben Shapiro is May, but he made a good point about why so many people hate Israel. There are roughly 15 million Jews but 1 billion Muslims.
I haven't seen Ben Shapiro's video, but yeah, the hate against Jews is just fucking crazy. And yeah, that is based. There should be no ceasefire against terrorists. Thanks for the donation, Fugo.
It is in a cat's nature to eat meat. They are not acting upon preference but rather instinct. Preventing Prismo from eating meat is like preventing Richard Burgess from gaping an asshole. It is an essential part of their being. Let Prim Prim be free.
No, Prim Prim is perfectly happy eating his vegan food, whereas I would not be perfectly happy eating out a nice ass. So, that is disanalogous. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Out. In 2005, Israel decided, forget land for peace. We're done with that. We tried that for a decade. It wasn't really a promising strategy because they did that with Egypt and that sort of worked. Egypt entered into a cold peace with Israel. They did land for peace with parts of where they were on the border with Lebanon. Not a great arrangement. And they did it with the Palestinians. Catastrophic, right? So what happens in 2005, the Israeli government says, forget it. We're going to remove every last person, every last soldier who is in the Gaza Strip. We're going to hand it over to the Palestinian Authority. This failed state that I was describing, it's going to take over. And then a year later, with the blessing of the United States, they hold elections in the Palestinian Authority. So that's both Gaza and the West Bank. And this is when Hamas wins by a landslide. And now the Palestinian Authority and Hamas have a civil war. Literally, a civil war in Gaza.
Thank you for that, Isaac. Appreciate the donation, sir.
And it was brutal. And if you think you know brutal, you need to go read about what they were doing to each other in the streets of Gaza, the street fighting and the horrific conduct. The outcome of that is Hamas wins the Gaza Strip. So one way to look at this is the green is so fragmented. There's no land connection between the two. How would they ever build a state? That's part of what this map is trying to tell you. Look at how Israel's thwarted the Palestinian statehood. I think the truth is Israel made sacrificial steps towards enabling a Palestinian state, it blew up in its face. And the consequence is that there are now two Palestinian states. The Gaza Strip, ruled by Hamas, which hates the Palestinian Authority, which is ruled by Fatah and the PLO. So in effect, the Palestinians have more quasi-sovereignty than they ever did. Now, it's awful. No one, I think, would want to live there. No one would choose to emigrate there because it's such a terrible political environment. It's such a hostile environment for people who want to be free and produce. So this is part of what the map is not telling you. And it's the reality of two rival Palestinian states that would destroy each other if they had the means to do it, embedded within Israel. And so I have sympathy for the Israelis not knowing how to solve this, because they tried Land for Peace. It didn't work the way they thought it would, but predictably it made things worse. Now, the final thing I'll say about this map is that it has to be understood, at least in part, in the debate within this space between the pro-Israel and the pro-Palestinian side. And the pro-Israel side has really well-developed narratives about some of what we've been talking about, some of which is true and I agree with, some of it is I don't agree with. And the map is calculated to respond to some of those talking points. And what are those talking points? One is that Israel has long been willing to trade land for peace. And you've been talking about that, Nikos. You've given some examples. And then the reality is the Palestinians, which is true, the Palestinians repeatedly reject those offers. And the big one you mentioned, the Clinton protocols, or the Clinton parameters, from 2000, this was the biggest offer they were ever put on the table. And I think even people sympathetic to the Palestinian cause were surprised that their leadership walked away from it, but I think what it reveals is there was no real interest in any kind of peace. Now, that idea that this map is supposed to show Israel was never interested in Palestinian statehood, has always been thwarting it. The map is supposed to undo that pro-Israel narrative. But the issue here to notice is that the people on the pro-Israel side responding to this, I think are falling into a trap. I think that the trap is that it's right to try to do land for peace. I think that is a mistake. I think there was enough evidence early on to realize this was not the path forward. And each step they took in this direction made things so much worse for their security and for the lives and freedom of the Israeli population. So the idea that the answer to this map is, no, Israel has been making offers and the Palestinians walked away. That is all true. It's important. It's revealing of the Palestinian goals. But it's also not the most important point here. The most important point here is that this is further evidence that the Palestinian cause was not really interested in building a free, prosperous society. And what the map is showing you...
All right. That does change my opinion about a number of things. Okay. Here we are.
Vivek, thank you so much indeed for joining me today. It's very timely. You're here in Las Vegas for the annual Republican Jewish Coalition, and they're one of the most important voices in the American Republican Party. You just came off stage. You made a blistering speech. There's no two ways about it.
I have no idea why the gain is so low on this. Gain is super, super low.
Vivek, thank you so much indeed for joining me today. It's very timely. You're here in Las Vegas for the annual Republican Jewish Coalition, and they're one of the most important voices in the American Republican Party. You just came off stage. You made a blistering speech. There's no two ways about that. This was full-on, hardcore, pro-Israel. And it's come at a moment when many people are going the other way. The ground invasion has started, as many more thousands of Palestinians are getting killed. As other people are perhaps beginning to wobble with their support for Israel, you've hardened yours. Why?
Well, it's interesting you say that, Piers, because I've just taken criticism in the other direction as well. So
before, yeah.
Well, even from today's speech, really, the point is it's a little bit different than what anybody else is saying. On one hand, and this is the core of my message today, I support Israel's right to national self-defense. It is an absolute right, and Israel should be free to pursue whatever solution Israel wants to pursue. That is their judgment to make without us second-guessing them. On the other hand, I believe that that is Israel's decision to make and Israel's mission to carry out. And the scope of the U.S. involvement in this needs to be providing diplomatic cover, a diplomatic iron dome, as I call it, for Israel to carry that out, but at the same time without military engagement. So there are voices in multiple different camps that would have criticisms of some element of what I've said. Many in the neocon movement in the United States, or the old neocon movement, would say that I should unapologetically and unabashedly support U.S. military engagement. I don't. I'm an America First conservative, but I also support Israel pursuing an Israel First agenda. And I think that if we in the United States go back to our founding ideals, I quoted George Washington's farewell speech where he warned against unnecessary foreign entanglements, but also go back to David Ben-Gurion's vision for Israel. That's really the true strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship, is when it's grounded in the self-interest of each nation, in that honesty. And so, yes, I'm a little bit different than the traditional politicians, but that's where I come out.
I want to be precise about
this.
Because as I was waiting to interview you, I was looking at your tweets today, actually, about Israel. And it just seemed to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to me you'd suddenly decided to take a much more direct and tough position. And you said this: now is the moment for Israel to return to its founding premise. The Jewish state has an absolute right to exist, a divine gift, gifted to a divine nation, charged with a divine purpose. Israel has an absolute...
What happened to your fat body? You're so skinny and small. You look like a twig that can be snapped in half. You're so small, lift more weights.
I think I'm looking pretty huge. But thanks for the donation, Scientific Snitch is GOAT. Appreciate it.
Equivocal right and responsibility to defend itself to the fullest, applying the only language its adversaries understand, the language of force. And what would David Ben-Gurion say? Don't depend on anyone else's fleeting sympathies or permission to do it. If Israel wants to destroy Hamas, Israel should go ahead and destroy Hamas. If Israel wants to destroy Hezbollah, Israel should go ahead and destroy Hezbollah. If Israel and Mossad want to pull off Munich 2.0 and take out every last leader of Hamas, whether they're hiding from Doha to Dresden, and host a red wedding at the Four Seasons in Qatar, they should go ahead and do it. Now, when I read that, I was a bit taken aback, because your rhetoric about Israel, I would say before all this, back in the summer,
like, realistically, if Israel did that and triggered a war with Iran, the U.S. would have to get involved.
Was not as strident as this.
Well, I mean, this is in the wake of an attack. What I'm saying is the principle is the same. The U.S. should not be involved. But when the U.S. is not involved, I think that's better for the U.S. It's also better for Israel to be able to...
I don't understand how he thinks, like, the U.S. can't get involved.
It's Saga. I hate fucking Lionheart. He's such motherfucker. He makes fun of me for being a jailbird cuck, simp, dick-sucking, blump-hiking, blowing shiny ass humping hoe. No, not Tyrone, please. No, not the Black Steel. No, it's too big, please, Richard, help.
Alright, I'll try to help you out with that later. Thanks for that donation, Lionheart.
How much do you weigh now?
I weigh 235 pounds. My weight stayed the same for about a week and a half. Because I haven't been dieting. I went back on my diet for a week. I lost 5 pounds, and then I stopped dieting again. Primarily so that I could sleep. I've been having huge issues with sleep, and that's largely due to the dieting. So, I'm gonna try to get down to 230 by the end of this week, and We'll see. If I still have issues with sleep, I might just maintain this weight for a while. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
Okay, but here's the question I'm going to ask you. It sounds to me like your support for Israel is they can do what the hell they like.
Yes.
But you.
Banshee Pimpin donated $3.
Hey man, are you finding it hard to keep up? I mean, come on, folks, it's time for a change. Presenting Bodies by Biden, the gym where we build back better biceps every time.
The area of Israel was mostly uninhabited. Much of it was inhospitable swampland, and when Jews settled it they drained the swamps. The desert was empty. The Jews farmed the desert by using desalination plants for water. They invented tech just for this.
That is interesting. I know they did invent new desalination technologies, but that's another relevant fact. Thanks for that donation, Gatsby.
Now, I might forget a word or two, but I'll never forget a good workout. Unlike Trump's fitness, where it's all talk, here at Buddies by Biden, we get down to action. I've been around the block, man, and let me tell you, our trainers, top tier, man. We even got Corn Pop, and he's a pretty bad dude. And, well, if I happen to, lose my train of thought during a workout, it's just more time to lift, right? Join Bodies by Biden today, where we might not always remember the steps, but we'll always help you reach the top. Can't get rid of the kids to come work out. No problem. We have in-house daycare where the kids can jump up on my lap. I love kids jumping up on my lap. And
When you say I'm biased towards Israel, that suggests that I hold some sort of unreasonable position. The reason I'm in favor of Israel over Palestinians is because the evidence points in that direction that, for the most part, Israel's actions have been better than Palestinians' actions. And I don't understand how that's not relevant. If most of the area that was going to be set aside for Jews wasn't even populated, and then Palestinians went to war over that, that is a very relevant factor. So you're full of shit.
hey, you know the thing about those other gyms. Well, never mind. Just remember, folks, unity in fitness, unity in results. Let's not count reps. Let's make every rep count. Come on, man. Let's get fit together.
Well, I don't know if I'd join that gym. Looks like the machines are kind of wonky. Thanks for the donation, though, Banshee Pimpin'.
This was full-on, hardcore, pro-Israel. And it's come at a moment when many people are going the other way. The ground invasion has started, as many more thousands of Palestinians are getting killed. As other people are perhaps beginning to wobble with their support for Israel, you've hardened yours. Why?
Well, it's interesting you say that, Piers, because I've just taken criticism in the other direction as well. So
before, yeah.
Well, even from today's speech, really, the point is it's a little bit different than what anybody else is saying. On one hand, and this is the core of my message today.
It's different from what everybody else is saying because you're a fucking retard. He's basically trying to play both sides. He's trying to appease the, like, America First kind of movement where, oh, let's not get involved in any foreign conflicts or anything. But he's also trying to appeal to basically the Israeli lobby groups. So, like if the U.S. isn't going to get involved in this conflict in any way, I don't know how the fuck this guy can say in any meaningful way he's supporting Israel.
I support Israel's right to national self-defense. It is an absolute right, and Israel should be free to pursue whatever solution Israel wants to pursue. That is their judgment to make without us second-guessing them. On the other hand, I believe that is Israel's decision to make and Israel's mission to carry out. And the scope of the U.S. involvement in this needs to be providing diplomatic cover, a diplomatic iron dome, as I call it, for Israel to carry that out, but at the same time without military engagement. So there are voices in multiple different camps that would have criticisms of some element of what I've said. Many in the neocon movement in the United States, or the old neocon movement, would say that I should unapologetically and unabashedly support U.S. military engagement. I don't.
Like it's so bizarre. Israel is a non-NATO ally. So if somehow this results in a war with Iran or something, And Vivek is saying, oh yeah, if he's president, he wouldn't support any kind of U.S. Intervention. How are they a fucking ally? Like, that's not what you do with allies.
I'm an America First conservative, but I also support Israel pursuing an Israel First agenda. And I think that if we in the United States go back to our founding ideals, I quote,
No, you don't, because you're not in favor of any fucking aid or intervention when it comes to Israel.
George Washington's farewell speech where he warned against unnecessary foreign entanglements, but also go back to David Ben-Gurion's vision for Israel. That's really the true strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Dude, Vivek is just totally batshit retarded when it comes to foreign policy. Nothing he says makes any fucking sense. I'm just gonna go get a drink.
Is when it's grounded in the self-interest of each nation, in that honesty. And so, yes, I'm a little...
Wait, fuck.
I want to be president of the United States. And there are many people in America, you know this, who are extremely concerned about the proportionate scale of the Israeli response already. And it's only likely to get a lot worse before anything is resolved here. Is your support for them unconditional? Because it sounds like it is.
My support for their right to national self-existence and self-defense and carrying out whatever the heck they think is appropriate in response to the attack submitted on them, yes, it is not our job to get involved in this in one direction or another.
But it is the American president's job, actually, to get
That is not true at all. They're a non-NATO ally. The U.S. does have responsibilities to support their allies.
Involved in all these things.
Like I don't even understand. There's an international interest in stopping terrorism and protecting sovereignty of nations. And it is important for not only Israel's national security, it's important for the US's national security. So, like, when he says this shit, he's just trying to play both sides, and what he's saying is just dumb.
Because America...
I don't think so, actually, and that's where I differ from people in both camps.
Let me rephrase it. Historically, it's been America's position in the world to be leader of the free world, to be almost the world's global policeman. And it sounds to me, if you were to become president, what you're saying is any country can, in interests of its own self-defense, can do what the hell it likes, and you won't condemn.
Of course it wasn't all the land of Israel, but most of it nobody wanted. On most the early raids pre-1947, Arabs didn't come take back stolen land. They went into villages, slaughtered everyone, then burned them to the ground, and left completely.
Yep. Yeah, I think from the very beginning, Israel should have just, not tried to do these peace deals, because clearly from the very beginning, they were never interested in peace. So, thanks for that donation though, Gatsby.
Is there no limit to that?
Well, look, I think that within the bounds of following international law, right, within the bounds of the legal framework that we all abide by, yes, it's not our job to be the global policeman. And I think there's a lot to what you said there, Piers, that's true. Historically, especially if you look at the last 25, 30, 40 years, that has been the role of the United States, is to try to play this role of global cop. Well, I'm running for president of the United States of America. And my job as the U.S. president is to look after American interests. That's a shift from the neoconservative view. It's a shift from the model of liberal hegemony. And I think part of this is because I come from a different generation that has seen the costs of $6.5 trillion of our national debt attributable to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that did not advance U.S. interests. Thousands upon thousands of innocent lives sacrificed in those two wars alone.
I mean, is he saying the U.S. should have done nothing in response to 9/11? So yeah, like Afghanistan should have been handled differently for sure, but I mean, is he literally saying the US should have done nothing in response to 9/11? That's what I would have asked him.
I grew up into a generation where we saw that. I reject that vision. But that means we have to practice what we preach in all directions. That means this
Now, Iraq was completely unjustified. Iraq was fucked, but Afghanistan, really?
is Israel's right to defend itself. They should be unconstrained and unrestrained. The IDF can, I believe, get its own job done. For those who would call for U.S. military involvement, I say no. My view to Iran is you stay out and we stay out, and that's something that'll keep Iran out and we stay out of it as well. But that's a different view also than saying that then I'm somehow going to second guess what decision.
Okay, that is really fucking weird to say, because one of the reasons why Iran has a disincentive to get involved is because of the US's commitment to protect Israel. So he's like going back in reverse, basically. How is, like, I don't understand how that's... What? He's double speaking. On one side, he's saying, oh, I'm against U.S. foreign intervention, but then he's saying, I'm in favor of U.S. foreign intervention. If he's going to make a commitment like that, saying, we won't get involved if Iran doesn't get involved, then that's a commitment for U.S. intervention.
Decisions Israel makes. No, Israel has a right to national self-defense, and we're not going to police them.
But the United States sends a lot of money to Israel every year. You, in the summer, indicated, you didn't say categorically, and I know you've been misrepresented in some of the language that people have used about what you did say, but you certainly suggested that by 2028 you'd like Israel to be autonomous from American investment.
I said it would be a good destination if we did get there. I personally think this will be better, both for Israel and for the United States, if that's a destination we're able.
We should have wiped Israel off the face of the goddamn map. Fire multiple nuclear warheads, let that sink in for a minute. You know I like making bullets with this loading press, every time I put it in. It's like I put it in their asses. HMMMMPPP.
Yeah, well, Israel's the only one with nukes, so that's probably not a good strategy. Thanks for that donation, though, Jason Fathole.
To get to. Now, to be clear, from a U.S. standpoint, pragmatically speaking, I've said that we will not cut off aid to Israel, that annual aid, until Israel says they're ready for it. But actually, go back and look.
Yeah, Afghanistan was responsible for 9/11, at least partially.
At Bibi's speech to Congress in 1996. He said that we have reached something like the end of our infancy, and it is time for Israel to stand on our 2 feet. That's approximately what he said in 96. Bibi's running Israel today.
But until America stops sending the money, America does have a vested interest in what Israel does.
Well, I think that's a product of prior commitments. But my view is the $16 billion.
But as we sit here.
Well, as we sit here, the $16 billion that Congress is debating now, most Republicans favor it, many Democrats favor it. I don't. I say this $106 billion aid package, forget about it. We have a $33 trillion national debt crisis in this country, a border crisis in the United States of historic proportions. My job as the U.S. president is to deal with that right here at home. And yes, I stand for Israel's right to absolutely pursue its national self-defense.
You don't want to help them?
Not militarily. Diplomatically, I do. Diplomatically, standing for their right to do it. I think the UN is a disaster.
I don't even know what that entails. Like, what does he mean diplomatically? Does it just mean shouting from a corner saying, "You go, Israel"? Like, and I mean, he's not even telling the truth. He literally just said he'd be in favor of intervening if Iran were to get involved. So he doesn't even know what he's saying.
Yahoo.
Dude, he's so stupid. He's just trying to appeal to every voting demographic.
And he's coming under a lot of fire himself. But he would probably say, well, hang on. What does that mean? You're going to put this iron dome diplomatically around us?
Yes, the UN. Look at what the Secretary General of the
UN
said.
He would say, we've always relied on America to be there for us militarily, to be there for us financially.
Well, we are there financially. As I said, we stand by
one of our greatest allies.
Well, as you noted, I stand by our commitments. We have $3.8 billion in aid that's going to Israel. I don't propose cutting that off. We've made that 10-year commitment for a reason. But I think actually, I'm not.
There's more double speaking again. Oh yeah, I'm in support of the military aid to Israel, even though I'm not in favor of military aid to Israel.
I'm not sure that that's exactly what Bibi would say. I mean, I gave you what Bibi's address to Congress was in 1996. It's also call out the unspoken truth here, Piers. One unspoken truth of those carrier groups going to the conflict area. Part of the reason they're there is also to play Big Brother to Israel, to sort of say what Israel can and can't do. So I say go back to David Ben-Gurion's founding
That is not true. I don't know how he figures that.
vision for Israel. That's what I would tell Bibi.
I get that.
You do what you need to do.
Okay, but I would say to you, the reason actually those carriers have been sent in is because it is absolutely in America's national interest what happens now in this war.
The whole Iran thing pisses me off. It's not complicated like most Middle East conflicts. The people there want the government gone, and the protesters stated they want to create a European-style democracy. Just topple the mullahs and give it to the people.
Yeah. It would be ideal for people in Iran, for sure, to create a regime change. And it would probably be ideal just internationally because Iran is supporting terror across the entire Middle East. They support Hamas, they support Hezbollah, they support ISIS, and they're also supporting Russia. So strategically, it would be a good thing, like at least for international peace and security, to topple the Iranian government and create a regime change. And I mean, Iran was also directly involved in the October 7th attack in Israel. Like, I think when you have a nation state like that involved in a 9/11 style terror attack, you probably should go to war with them. I mean, we did with Afghanistan. So, yeah, thanks for the donation, though, Zen.
Because if things were to escalate, and just before I sat down with you, I saw a statement from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, extremely censorious, demanding an immediate ceasefire, saying that they think this could be a disaster for the region. You've got President Erdogan of Turkey calling Israel overtly war criminals now at a rally in Turkey. This is really...
Oh, yeah, Erdogan calling somebody a war criminal. That's fucking rich.
Escalating fast.
So I think we need to de-escalate it. And I don't think our military presence there helps that.
I'm going to come to how that may...
I don't know why Piers would say it like that. Like, yeah, as if Erdogan, anything he says should be taken seriously, especially when he's criticizing people being fucking war criminals. The guy's a fucking dictator.
Or may not transpire. But the idea that this is not relevant or pertinent to America's national interest is for the birds, isn't it?
Well, I'm not saying that it's not relevant or pertinent what's happening in the world. My question is, does our military engagement help our national interests? And that's a different question.
What about the number of little attacks we're seeing on American troops all around
exactly
the region?
Proves my point. Why do we have troops in Syria? Why do we have troops in Iraq? We were told, the American public, yes, most people before this began in the last 2 weeks, they would tell you we don't even have a presence in Syria and Iraq. That's what we've been led to believe. So we have sitting targets, and now we're going to create more sitting.
Never said Afghanistan was responsible for 9/11. I said they were partially responsible. Basically what happened was Osama bin Laden was behind the attack.
Sferich must be working together with YouTube, having paid them with his bitcoins that his fans donated, or something similar. Since he's still allowed to upload vids containing hate and misinformation with Goatsy. www.youtube.com/watch?v=tflsx48.
Like I said before, don't send me videos with babies in it. I can't watch this. Sverige does not have a relationship with anybody at YouTube. He's just gotten lucky. His channel is small enough where YouTube moderators haven't figured out he's ban evading. He does have crazy wacko sycophant fans that are rich that are giving him Bitcoin. It's really fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, though, N. Yeah, so basically, Osama bin Laden was behind the terror attacks. Al-Qaeda refused to give up bin Laden, then the U.S. invaded with the interest of destroying Al-Qaeda and getting Osama bin Laden. And that's basically what led to the war.
Did you hear the UN just made Iran the chair of human rights? This is the same week a 16-year-old girl died after being beaten to death in Iran for taking off her hijab on a bus. This is something out of The Onion. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. It's pretty retarded. I don't know how the fuck they could do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Zen. I don't know if they have some, like, other interest, but... like, they think that will somehow improve the human rights issues in Iran, but it's stupid.
Sitting targets. What are those sitting targets when they're hit? They're accidental tripwires. That's how major conflicts result when nobody on either side of that conflict has an interest in getting into it. So I worry when you have a loose network of even loosely affiliated renegade band groups,
Well, bin Laden was found in Pakistan eventually.
Islamic terrorist groups that are only not even centrally managed in any way. You cross a tripwire, and my rule of thumb for the U.S., as a commander-in-chief, I'll say it now, I'll say it again. If you hit us, we will hit you back 10 times harder. That's just a rule I'll stick to. But if they're hitting us on bases that we shouldn't have been in the first place, we're creating the opportunities for escalation into larger scale regional war that doesn't advance our interests. So I would bring them home from Syria and Iraq.
But America has kept troops at a lot of bases around that region.
I'd get them out.
Really?
Yes.
Because the whole purpose of them being there is to try and maintain...
Vivek is insane. Vivek is absolutely insane. If you pull out all American bases in that region, like, okay, you want terrorist organizations to be able to do whatever they want. You want, like, new regime changes that are brought about by instability and, like, terrorist states to pop up. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Some sort of order amid a lot of potential chaos.
And I think it's been unsuccessful. I mean, even if you look at right now...
It obviously has been
that
successful.
We have that presence. I'm going to stick specifically to Syria and Iraq. Let's be precise. I don't think that has serves any strategic purpose. To the contrary, it creates sitting duck targets in moments like these that unnecessarily create tripwires for major...
That is idiotic. You know, you have to figure... all the people that are involved in these, defense interests who, think the military bases are a good thing, who make all of these strategic decisions for defense, they can't all be stupid, right? Like, they have to know something that Vivek doesn't. So for him to just come in here not knowing what they know and say they're wrong, it's so arrogant. Like, this guy just comes off as such a know-it-all fucking idiot.
Regional conflict in the Middle East. And so nobody has given me a good answer, and I don't think nobody's given the American people a good answer on why the heck we are still in Syria and Iraq. We shouldn't be. There's no strategic interest at issue there. It's strictly downside risk, especially in times of emotional response like this. It's a bad idea all the way down. So I stand by that principle.
Cool story, dude.
I'm not some sort of pacifist isolationist for the sake of being an ideologue about it. No, I look at every individual region of the world, every theater, through the lens of American self-interest. And I worry, Piers, the ultimate winner in this is actually going to be China. Watching us, if we are mired in another large-scale, regional, prolonged, no-win war in the Middle East, China's the beneficiary of that. And you look at the amount of munitions we've given to Ukraine, about 1.5 million rounds of artillery. Now we're producing about 20 to 40,000 per month in the U.S., closer to 20,000. In fact, it was not that long ago that 300,000...
We're giving Ukraine weapons that are in U.S. inventory that we don't use anymore. So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Of those rounds that we held in Israel were sent to Ukraine. So this isn't an endless cycle or pot that runs infinitely deep. The foundation of war is economics, actually. And our economic and industrial base does not have it in it relative to even other points.
I've said this about Vivek, forever. He has no interest in learning anything. Like, he doesn't do any research.
In our national history, for us to be able to opt into multiple of these conflicts at the same time. As U.S. President, as the Commander-in-Chief, when it comes to war, my principle is simple. War...
Vivek is just playing politics. He said 2 years ago that Trump is a baby, now he sucks his dick because he wants the votes. He was an extremely successful businessman. He used to say he's an atheist, now he's religious. He's not dumb, just getting votes.
No, he's stupid. He's a dumb guy. It's just that he plays the populist card, and he doesn't even know how to do it. He will say directly contradictory things constantly, like what he's been doing here. He knows nothing about any topic. The guy just seems like an attention and fame whore, honestly. Like, for somebody who genuinely has an interest in becoming president, like, you'd think he would just know more. He doesn't bother to research any of this. He's kind of like a normie coming off the street with, like, a very basic level of knowledge on any of these fucking topics. So he's stupid, and, like, what stupid people do to hedge their bets is try to appeal to everybody. And that's all he's doing right now. Like, he's trying to appeal to the Trump crowd. He's trying to appeal to some of the more progressive crowd. He's trying to appeal to the America First people. He's trying to appeal to the, Israeli lobbyists. So the only thing he knows how to do is hedge his bets by just trying to appeal to as many people as he can, but he doesn't realize, like, he can't do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Zen.
And our involvement in it is never a preference. It would only ever be a necessity. But I worry that many of the steps that...
Where does your fear of children come from? And does it have anything to do with Uncanny Valley?
Well, it's not fear of children, it's fear of, like, babies specifically. When kids are, like, around probably 5-6 years old, that's when they stop being creepy to me. Babies are terrifying. When you're talking about, like, toddlers, I find them pretty creepy. But yeah, babies are just horrifying. It can't be an Uncanny Valley thing. I don't know where it comes from. They just creep the fuck out of me. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard the Reindeer.
we're taking, the people here are taking, in the United States of America, are sleepwalking us into World War III at a time where we can't afford it.
The United Nations voted a motion for ceasefire in this war. The United States voted against that motion. The United Kingdom, my country, abstained. Where do you sit on that?
I think the United Nations has outlived its purpose. I really think that the statements that Secretary General Guterres made...
Oh my god, this guy's an idiot. He wants to get rid of the UN? What? Okay, the UN's position on the Israeli-Gaza conflict is stupid as shit, for sure. But, like, the idea that the UN has no purpose, fuck right off.
I think on Wednesday this week, were offensive. They were senseless in nature, trying to draw a false equivalence between Israel's behaviors versus the Hamas attacks on Israel. That false equivalence is everything you might, if I see it from a 19-year-old freshman at Harvard College, I call the kid lost and hungry in search of purpose and meaning. But to see this from the Secretary General of the UN, that's toxic. I personally think that we should have an open conversation about the U.S.'s continued involvement in the UN. I don't think that that should be a foregone conclusion.
Really?
If you think about a body who's...
Wow. He wants the U.S. to pull out of the UN. This guy would be worse for international relations than Trump.
Human Rights Council is staffed by the rights of Venezuela and North Korea. It's a farce. It doesn't serve an actual coherent purpose. And so this is just Guterres'...
It does serve a coherent purpose. It's just that, yeah, they make some dumb decisions. But what, like the idea that the UN is useless, give me a break.
Statements in the last week are just
what he said
of an institution that's outlived its purpose.
He said it's important to recognize Hamas's attacks didn't happen in a vacuum, and Palestinians have been subjected to 5 decades of suffocating occupation. Now, I agree with the criticism that it was very badly worded, because he was trying to imply that somehow the Israelis...
I mean, the timing of that versus him saying that 6 months ago is different.
I don't
two
disagree.
Different conversations.
But on the wider point he was clumsily trying to make, I think, it is indisputable that the Palestinians have been suffering repression now for many decades. It's indisputable, we go back to 1948, that hundreds of thousands of them were displaced from their homes, and that was the catalyst for everything that's followed. And you can argue, as some journalists have been doing
Yeah, that's not true.
this week, I think very powerfully, actually, Jewish journalists that I respect very highly, saying you can say that both sides have just cause historically over the land issues
They don't.
and everything else. But this attack on October the 7th was...
Yeah, so that's bullshit. No. We've already seen this idea that Palestinians were massively displaced. That's a bullshit lie.
completely different scale
Yeah.
of attack. And I don't think you should look at anything else but that in terms of...
VGU a TV show person? Top 3 favorite ones, old or new?
I don't watch TV, so can't really tell you what TV shows I like. Man, I haven't watched TV since I was about like in high school, so it's been over 10 years since I've ever watched any TV. Thanks for the donation though, Maple Crack.
what is Israel's response? And the question for me, having said that, and I think you would agree with that, is what is proportionate here?
So I want to be very clear about where I stand on this as someone running for U.S. president. I'm not running for president of the UN.
Yeah, so Palestinians weren't displaced. So first of all, a lot of the land that the Jews took up back in the 20s and 30s was land that they legally purchased. And then when the British basically ended up agreeing to create the nation state of Israel, most of it was unoccupied land that Palestinians didn't even develop. And before any of that even happened, Palestinians ended up attacking and going to war with Israel. They lost. And then, again, we saw a whole fucking video on this just now. And then fucking these other Islamic nations like Jordan fucking got involved. Palestine, like, and then it wasn't even Palestine, like the West Bank. The idea that Israel displaced Palestinians is nonsense. If anything, Palestinians and other Muslim nations caused the displacement of Palestinians more so than fucking Israel did.
I mean, Secretary General of the UN, whatever it is. I'm not running for president of Israel. I'm running for president of the United States of America. And my prism, and I think that this is...
Yeah, there was never really any nation of Palestine.
Is going to be the foundation of a future that will lead to greater peace in the United States and I think around the world, is to be very candid that my decisions will be made through one filter. What advances the interests of the United States of America? And I don't believe that it advances the United States of America for us to assume the position of a shadow ICJ, an International Court of Justice, deciding what is or isn't proportionate from our armchair position in Washington, D.C., when we have problems of our own and threats of our own to deal with. And so my view is, again, Piers, this is part of the broken foreign policy establishment.
Yeah, right. So when Iran is supporting terror and supporting Russia, that's not an interest of the U.S.
In both political parties. Once you've crossed that Rubicon, then yes, you're committed to take stances on each of these questions.
Let me ask you this.
It's not my job to adjudicate this as the U.S. president. There are the injustices in this country to most of the American people.
I mean, that's a massive departure. That would be a massive departure for any American president to say it.
What's your soda of choice? Right now, it is Cherry Coke Zero. I don't eat any sugary or drink any sugary sodas. It's only ever artificially sweetened drinks. The main reason for that really is that I prefer the taste. Artificially sweetened sodas just taste better to me. But yeah, right now my soda of choice is Cherry Coke Zero.
It's nothing to do with us, right?
I would say that Trump took us a step in that direction, but this is a very different this is far further in that direction.
But Trump, if he was sitting here now, he wouldn't be saying this about...
I can't anticipate what he would say, but I can stand from my view here. even as it relates to the UN. I think that there's an open conversation to be had about whether continued involvement in the UN serves the US's or anybody else's purpose. So NATO, I think, is a different conversation from the UN. I do think that there's a conversation first, a table stakes conversation with NATO, when you have a majority of its members still not meeting its minimum 2%.
Well, they absolutely
of
should.
GDP.
And that's where Donald Trump was completely right about that.
Well, I know, but against what backstop, right? So if an institution, any institution, outlives its purpose, it's worth reflecting on the continued existence of that institution. Many of these multilateral institutions, like government agencies, sometimes at home, these things should have been task forces.
But an American president has to have a moral compass too.
I do.
About whatever's going on anywhere in the world.
Can I compliment you, or is that too much?
You can say anything you want, as long as you pay. Thanks for the donation, Private Observer.
$750,000 Palestinians were displaced after Israel declared independence, because Egypt and Jordan asked them to leave while they slaughter all the Jews, and then they can come back. They lost. Surprise, surprise, they weren't welcome back, lol.
Yeah. The more I look into the whole Israel-Palestine conflict, the more and more I realize, like, Israel is almost always in the right. Almost always. The whole like, it's just bizarre, the more I've researched this, how, like, the mainstream narratives just aren't really accurate. Thanks for that donation, though, the UN. W donated $2. Didn't the British promise the land for Arabs for helping them fight the Ottoman Empire, but they gave it to Zionists instead? No, that's not really how that worked. Again, the British were really more interested in British interests. So they promised land to both sides, and then the UN mandate came, and then they made a very reasonable sort of compromise when it came to territory. The Palestinians just refused. They went to war with Israel. They lost. And again, they caused their own displacement.
You have very nice brown eyes. I love your buzz cut. And the beard combo is great. Your chest hair and bulging chest is great. You have nice shoulders and traps. You're also level-headed, smart, psychopathic, and a chill dude and friend. Jasmine is very Luke.
Well, thank you, Private Observer. I'm flattered. Appreciate the donation, dude. And thanks for the donation, W.
But particularly if they are allies that you are helping to fund. And right now, as you know,
especially treaty-bound allies,
right,
for
but right
example.
now there
Make
are
a treaty that means something.
Okay, but my question is this. Right now, there are thousands of...
Mike donated $2. Fuck Mary Kill, Emma Vigeland, Candace Owens, Anna Kasparian. Well, I'd obviously have to kill Candace Owens. I would fuck Emma Vigeland, marry Anna Kasparian. Also, let me see. Delivery driver takes $400 order back because they didn't tip.
Why are you taking my food?
If you can pay for the service, you can pay for the tip as well, don't you?
No, I can't.
This has gone viral. This delivery person...
The cost of the order doesn't mean you deserve a bigger tip. Fucking stupid. Like, if you have to drive further, it makes sense to maybe tip more. But if you don't have to drive any further or do anything extra, despite the cost of the order, why the fuck do you deserve a greater tip?
Didn't get a tip, so she wanted to pack and take all grocery back to the store.
And you should have went to the store and got it yourself.
A tip automatically.
I know it's not automatic, but what I'm saying is if you're not going to tip me, I'm just going to take it back. Like,
You're just going to take it back?
Yes.
Steal from us.
How am I stealing when I'm
Because I paid for that
literally
food.
taking it back to the store.
No, I paid for that food to
Then you'll
Dude, I would smack the black off her fucking face if she tried to pull that shit with me. If some fucking delivery person did this shit, they, like, no. I'm not putting up with that.
Get your money back from the delivery service.
Slap the black off her face.
No, I don't care. You guys can't.
While many people in the comments agreed that no tip, no trip, and they should have tipped her for a $400 order. Many others stated that the corporate company should increase her pay.
In the first I am doing my job. So I'm just going to take it back considering, I'm so...
Don't work that job if you're expecting tips from every fucking order. There's no legal obligation for somebody to tip.
poor. Let me just get this back to the story.
I'm recording this. Look, I don't think this is like stealing.
Corporate.
Wait,
go ahead. You go ahead and do this all yourself.
I hope she got banned from that service.
And then,
but what do you think about this?
I hope this dumb bitch got banned for that service. This might be fake, but I hope this dumb bitch got banned if it's not fake.
Children. You're a father, 2 young kids. I'm a father of 4 kids. There are thousands of young children getting killed in Gaza. Innocent Palestinian kids. Half of Gaza are kids. Women being blown to pieces. Houses and whole areas being completely decimated. 1 million Gazans have had to move from the north to the south, out of their homes, which they will not be able to return to in most cases because they've been destroyed, and they're going to be destroyed. And I get that the purpose, that Israel's stated mission purpose, is to get rid of Hamas, and I agree with them. But how they do that, the whole world is watching. And the other parts of the region, including Saudi Arabia, that are on the verge of a new accord with Israel, are now recoiling at what they see as a disproportionate response.
Saudi Arabia doesn't want Israel to invade Gaza and attack Hamas because they support terror.
So I disagree with some of that characterization.
My question, a long-winded question, but my question is, on a human level, with the moral compass required by an American president, do you not look at what's happening now in Gaza and slightly recoil at the scale of this and what it may become in the next days, weeks, potentially months? Do you not think,
Piers, let me address that directly.
A responsible American president wouldn't say to Prime Minister Netanyahu, just hang on here? So
if I may, Pearson, I appreciate you providing the backdrop for that question.
And I'm not giving you the answer.
No, I know you're not.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I take it as a question.
Yeah.
It's a difficult question. It's a difficult answer. On that standard, we would have been engaging with most of the African continent for the better part of the last half century. We would be talking much more about what's going on in the last 3 years in Azerbaijan and Armenia. Somehow, interestingly, something you don't hear a peep about in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. We could go on. And each of us has different capacities. I mean, you and I share multiple things in common. We're both fathers. We both lived the full arc of what, in this country, at least we call the American dream, right? You've been successful. I have a separate hat that I wear as a philanthropist. I look to other parts of the world, including especially the United States, where I'm able to make a difference. Not the U.S. president yet. I've been, as helpful as I can, from East Palestine, Ohio, to Maui, to chartering a flight, helping pay for a chartered flight for 200 seats for Americans to get out of harm's way in Israel. That's different from the public policy hat I wear. I've been a businessman that's developed medicines to deliver medicines to patients who need them, some of them life-saving. But as U.S. president, which is the premise for our discussion here, as U.S. president, I have a moral obligation. It is to the citizens of the United States of America. And there's a philosophy underlying this. I mean, you said you and I are fathers. You caught my... if you're going to catch my attention, it worked. It caught me. Our obligation, I think perhaps you would agree with me, it's the way I sense it. I think my first obligation in the way I've lived my life to this date is to my family, to those 2 sons, those 2 boys we're raising. And then we go concentric circles to my nation. I'm a citizen of this nation, not some nebulous global citizen fighting climate change nebulously somewhere else. I'm a citizen of this nation. If I'm running to lead this nation as commander-in-chief, I do have a moral obligation. This is my moral compass speaking. My moral compass is to the United States of America. And once we have dealt with wage stagnation and a border...
One donated $2. Let me see.
Sawa, JCM. Sawa. Fanya testing ya basi.
Oh yes.
Gia namba gapi?
Gia namba mbili.
Gia namba mbili imeingia salama. Tuko mbili? Bas.
Wapi wakadele? Tuko namba mbili. Nene hayuko kazi.
Nene amevutwa. Nene umevutwa kazi.
Message to Nene. Hata ile message to Nene. Nene baada yako kukosekana.
Basi
kasisi ameshika hatari.
Sema gia namba gapi? Umevutwa kazi.
What am I supposed... Why did you send me this? Thanks for the donation.
Border crisis and the people who are suffering in this country, the people who are suffering for threats, vulnerable to cyber attacks, super EMP attacks, nuclear missile attacks from a Russia-China alliance that poses a great threat to the United States and our citizens today. Once we've dealt with that, then maybe we can get to hunger in the Congo after that. But that's the order we need to go in.
Yeah, but this sounds, if you don't mind me saying, this sounds incredibly isolationist.
It's not isolationist.
It's like taking Trump's worldview.
It's not isolationist, I can tell you why.
Doubling down and making it even more insular. It sounds to me like the kind of presidency you want is one where you only really care about direct impact on American citizens, which, by the way...
I do. That much I'm guilty of. That much I will admit.
I get it.
Direct impact on American citizens.
But I don't think the #1 superpower in the world can just ignore a moral compass elsewhere in the world, particularly in countries which are your allies.
So I'm not...
I mean, I come from the United Kingdom.
I like, again, the idea that international security isn't of the interest of American people is just crazy.
You know, for example, if we had
I'm not saying ignore
if we
it.
had an attack like this, would you have the same philosophy to us? I mean,
it's a treaty-bound ally, right? So I think treaties mean something. And this is where I think...
But where is your moral line with what's happening in Israel right now?
Let's work backwards here from an outcome we both want to avoid, World War III.
Right.
How did World War I, the Archduke Ferdinand's death, escalate into a massive war that killed millions around the world, only to lay the groundwork for then World War II, which killed millions more? They're accidental tripwires that people cross that then create escalation that nobody imagined, and yet, in...
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Pastor, right?
Yes.
And you're a radio host?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you believe white people should have more children?
We definitely need white babies. And I tremble at the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America. Because if you notice...
Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson believes in the Great Replacement theory, which is stupid. There's an increase in minority demographics, so there's more black people as a percentage of the US, there's more Mexicans, Asians. White people aren't shrinking in numbers. They're also having children and growing. It's just that the demographic percentages are changing.
As white people tend to be more innovative, they're more creative, they have ideas about things. All these other races don't do nothing but destroy.
You're a pastor.
Yeah, so Dr. Phil is a crazy racist wacko. The only reason he's platforming Jesse Lee Peterson is so that he can spread these ideas on his show, but then have the plausible deniability and say, oh, I didn't say that. I didn't agree with what he's saying. I just wanted to create interesting content for television, but the reason why he's platforming people like Jesse Lee Peterson and Matt Walsh is because he agrees with them. He stays out of these conversations and gets like the dumbest, craziest fucking people he can to attack these ideas so that people can see these ideas as more sensible. I fucking hate Dr. Phil. He's a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, though, Kid Boo.
Retrospect becomes a conflagration. I think we lose that clarity when we're vague, saying they're selectively certain. And admittedly,
no, but
you're picking one.
It's your certainty that I have a problem with.
No, but you're picking certain conflicts or certain areas of humanitarian crises.
Your certainty.
Kroger donated $2. Would it be justified to shoot this guy? Let me see. Yes. You would do society a favor if you were to blow him away. I think he died. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he died. think it was a drug overdose or something.
You catching this?
That's Caleb von Moger's brother. Yeah, this is probably the most Australian thing I've ever seen. A guy attacking somebody with a boomerang.
Fucking idiot. What are you idiots? You fucking idiots. You got the vaccine, didn't you? You fucking both.
Check out 34 to 54.
I will take a look at that in a moment. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You got the fucking vaccine and it's lost a life. Leave me alone.
And then he says something about the vaccine. Yeah. But yeah, he should have shot him if he had a gun. For sure. Let me see.
Our next zero was
34.
Not try this at home.
Yes, as you're about to see, under no circumstances should you ever attempt this stunt. Felix broke the sound barrier, but Sam's jump off a disused toilet in England only managed to break his spine.
The moment this...
Oh. There was a girl at TwitchCon who accidentally jumped on a floor. And she broke her spine. She couldn't walk and was paralyzed and shit. Holy fuck. That could easily be like an insanely horrific injury where you'll never be able to walk again. That was insanely stupid of that guy to do. Let's see, Dodo, donate $2, please react.
In the middle of America, where it's like, you don't have a lot of options. It's not like living in LA where you have some like fancy bistro on every corner. You might just have an Olive Garden, and that's completely acceptable. I love it. Incredibly wholesome. Not a single problem with that. Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. There is a Facebook post that is currently going viral on TikTok and Twitter for its absolutely wild take on first dates. Basically, a woman and a group of other women, I don't know if she knows them, I don't know if it's her friends or just like a group of women on Facebook, they compiled a list of places that are off limits, that are completely unacceptable for first dates. And people are rightfully shocked and utterly confused. And we're gonna get into it. Before we do though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. So this is the post. We just have to start off with it. It's a bit long, obviously, because there are a lot of very unacceptable places, but she starts off by saying, here's a list of places women absolutely refuse to go on a first date to, and thank you to the ladies who reached out to me to help me.
I've already watched, like, I've already seen the post. Like, most of these make sense. Imagine going to Applebee's. Ever. Like, Applebee's is horrible.
On my
Like,
list.
even if you're not vegan, these places are terrible.
Okay, first of all, stop generalizing, because you're going to see this list. You're going to see how ridiculous it is. Not all women subscribe to this ideology. Don't freak out. We can all laugh about this. Please do not generalize. I do not want to be in this group. Anyway, let's just go through the list. Number 1, Cheesecake Factory. I didn't know there was a problem with Cheesecake Factory. I personally love Cheesecake Factory. Number 2, Applebee's. Number 3, Chili's. Number 4, Chipotle. Number 5, Olive Garden. Number 6, the movies. I actually agree with that one, but not because it's like below me, but just because you can't get to know a person by going to the movies. But that's such a classic date. Like, why are we suddenly saying that this is such a bad idea? Anyway, 7, Your House. 8, any fast food chain. 9, Buffalo Wild Wings. 10, Wingstop. 11, Red Lobster. 12, a buffet. Everybody loves a Chinese buffet. There's nothing wrong with that. 13, IHOP. 14, Denny's. 15, the gym. 16, church. 17, Starbucks. 18, coffee dates. Not just Starbucks, just any coffee date. 19, ice cream dates. 20, family functions. 21, movie nights. 22, somewhere that requires a long drive. So if you want to go see a nice sunset, a nice viewpoint, nope, that's out of bounds. Not allowed anymore. 23, bowling. 24, nightclubs. 25, hookah bar. 26, a bar just for drinks. 27, Waffle House. 28, sports events. What options are left?
When do we get to the ride?
This is the ride!
You've literally removed every single option, every quintessential traditional first date. Done. Not allowed anymore. Like, the only thing that's left is like Gordon Ramsay's private restaurant.
The movies made no sense to me. That was the stupidest one. Bowling, that's also insanely stupid, but most of these made sense because they're just horrible.
I love all these cucks calling for diplomacy and deals with Hamas lol. It's fucking hilarious. What's the deal? You want to kill all the Jews, so let's meet in the middle and kill half the Jews? Maybe only a quarter?
Yeah, I know. There's no dealing. You can't negotiate with terrorists. So what's the point in all the shit like with a ceasefire? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Thanks for the donation though, Hamas.
And a helicopter ride through the city. Like, come on. That's ridiculous. To be fair.
Oh yeah, helicopter ride. That was crazy. Like, helicopter rides are expensive. I went on a helicopter ride with Jasmine. I think it was like $500 or $600. Like, that's a very nice gesture for a first date. An extremely, extremely nice gesture. Most people haven't been on a helicopter ride.
As I kind of mentioned when I was rattling off this list, I understand a couple of these. Like, I personally would not want to go to a hookah bar, not on a first date, not on any date, but you know what? That's just personal preference. That's just me. There might be a girl who loves that. So don't take it off the table. And as a rule of thumb, ladies, I would also say maybe don't go to a guy's house if you do not know him. That's probably not smart. Maybe not do that one. That one kind of still stands. Also, if you don't know him, a family function might be a little bit weird, might be a bit awkward. And lastly, Buffalo Wild Wings. The other restaurants, I don't care, but Buffalo Wild Wings, it's not that the food is terrible. It's that no girl wants to go on a first date and have to compete with 500 billion TVs blasting all around her while she's trying to get to know you. Those are the only ones that I think are actually absurd. But bowling and coffee dates and church, those are incredible options.
stupid.
Ice cream dates. What is wrong?
Church. You can't go on a date in church. Like, give me a fucking break.
With an ice cream date. I love ice cream. I love ice cream dates. Walking around with an ice cream cone. So fun, so cute, so summertime, so wholesome and fun. If you are a girl and you do not like ice cream dates,
I think I agree with Brett Cooper on this one for the most part.
it is not worth $200, I can tell you that.
But I'm gonna use these products.
Let me see.
Let's just watch this, because this also shows some wild requests and standards.
The most a man should spend on a first date.
I feel like if I'm gonna get ready and I'm gonna use all my products to come out with you, I need like a minimum of $200. A minimum, and that's like being nice.
And what does the man get in return for that?
That's several work days worth of money for most people. So, yeah, you're a bit of a dumb bitch.
My presents?
She's so gracious, and that's being nice. Oh, God.
I mean,
This is why these women will forever be single. They will never get married, and they're going to die miserably unless they sperm jack some dude. Because they're coming from the perspective with every fucking potential relationship they can get. The man is worthless. They have to spend a ton of money and shit on them, basically to worship at the altar of them, and they're like infinitely valuable. And every man is nothing but like a fucking, bank machine or ATM to them. They will always be single. I can guarantee you these women have like dated maybe 2 or 3 people in their life, and the only men who are willing to fuck with them are basically men who are wealthier, treat them like fucking whores, and pump and dump them. Because again, no fucking self-respecting man is ever gonna fucking date a chick like this. It's only gonna be wealthy dudes who can throw money around, who they'll even fucking date. And the dudes who are willing to put that money up are guys who just see them as fucking whores. Like, that's it.
I mean, like, I'm
How
here
is
to
it
get
different?
to know you. I'm here to get to know you. You invited me out.
But he has to drop $200.
Yeah.
Now, I do believe that if a man invites you on a date, if he asks you out, he should pay. I do not believe in the 50-50 rule on a first date, but a minimum of $200, even if a guy does want to spend.
I think, yeah, most of the dates I've been on, I didn't have to spend any money. And I'd say maybe 30 to 40% of the other dates I spent maybe around $30 on the date. like, technically, the first date I went on with Jasmine was just, like, online. It was Call of Duty. I bought her, like, a $60 video game. So, yeah, $200 for a first date is just fucking insane.
$200, you should not be expecting that on a first date. That is so egotistical to think that you are obviously worthy of that. Like, you're just getting to know this person. He has no idea if you're worth it. You have no idea if he's worth it. Chill out. It's a first date. It's not supposed to be very intense. We can all calm down.
Just because you have to do your makeup?
Because I have to. Okay, my moisturizer is $400, my eye cream is $300, my serum is like another $300, my makeup, not included. So if I have to spend, that's my money. I'm spending my money on these products. I'm going to use these products.
I don't know what makeup she's buying, but mine is not that expensive. It is not worth $200.
You might buy like a $400 thing of makeup, but it doesn't cost you $400 each time you put your makeup on.
$200, I can tell you that.
But I'm going to use these products and I'm going to show up because it's not like I'm going to show up in sweats.
The man doesn't owe you anything if you're just getting to know each other.
If you're inviting me out, you owe me a date.
But here's the thing. If you're just going out with your girlfriends instead of going out with them, you're going to be wearing them anyway. And yes, he does owe you a date if he is asking you out and he's taking you on a date. You do not need to be so presumptuous to, request that it be at least $200 because you had to put on your fancy moisturizer. Like, calm down. You wonder why men are...
Most men don't even want women to wear makeup too, by the way. So that's like the worst fucking excuse ever.
Or tapping out of the dating pool. And then you watch videos like this and it makes complete sense. As a girl... it's great to be treated. Like, nobody says, oh, I don't want to be taken out to a nice dinner. I love being taken out for a nice evening. We all do. But on a first date, minimum $200 just because I put on makeup and a cute outfit, that is absurd and unnecessary for most people in this time, in this economy.
I am never going to financially recover.
Yeah, most of the dates you go on should either be free or you should only be spending, like, less than $50. It's fucking retarded. Like, either going out to the movies or a dinner date or something, something like that makes sense, but $200 is fucking insane.
Read the room. Somebody commented and said, dates are about getting to know each other, not about how much money a person spent on you. Y'all folks are getting more lost in the sauce by the day. Also, just going out for dinner gets boring. Like, I will choose a man grilling a...
Yeah. I think that's like the one video ever that I agree with Brett Cooper on.
Well, outright ignoring others.
No, I get it, but you're
so I say look at it through the prism. If I do one quick thought just to finish
of
this, because I think you can then at least understand the view even if you disagree. I'm not saying don't get involved or not. I'm saying the question of whether or not we get involved is decided through one prism, of whether it advances the American interest. And so there may be certain cases in which we do make the determination that does advance the American interest. I'll give you one right now. Taiwan. If China were to invade Taiwan right now, I think it is the job of the U.S. to affirmatively defend. Why? Because we depend on Taiwan for semiconductors.
Wow. He has one policy that I agree with him on, and that he disagrees with Trump on. Trump has an appeasement policy. That's the one thing I think I've ever seen Vivek say that makes sense in terms of like geopolitics.
That power our modern way of life.
So you would, if you were president, you'd send troops in to defend Taiwan?
I would defend Taiwan, and I'm not going to telegraph exactly which means. There are many means to do it.
Because you haven't said that before.
I've said that before. Actually, people don't listen, but I've said that
before. You've changed your position on that.
No, I've actually been crystal clear on this at every step of the way. Now, what I've also said, where you might be getting that, is politics thing is interesting. I don't fault you for it because that's what's in the ether. I've said that very clearly. We will defend Taiwan at least until we get semiconductor independence in the United States, at which point we will resume.
Okay, this is stupid. So first of all, the idea that the US can just start making their own semiconductors is fucking retarded. That technology is insanely fucking difficult. Like, even if you were to take their semiconducting fab facilities, you still wouldn't know how to fucking use them. It's like highly fucking expertly skilled kind of craftsmanship you're talking about. And two, even if we were independent when it came to semiconductors and we could make our own silicon, Why would you want China to have fucking semiconducting fab facilities? You would still want to defend Taiwan. You don't want China to have that type of technology, especially when we're on the advent of like really fucking high level AI technology that China could leverage to conduct cyber attacks against us. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Our current posture of strategic ambiguity.
Why would you defend Taiwan militarily but not Israel?
Well, I think that right now we depend on those little semiconductors for our modern way of life.
Just purely
and
financial.
Israel also doesn't need it.
But Israel provides a lot of stuff to America.
Well, here's my point. And this is the whole point, Piers, is it's not some top-down cookie-cutter analogizing. I analyze each situation independently.
Isn't there a core principle?
Israel is able to defend itself right now. And I think Israel will be better able to defend itself if we don't muddy the waters. Taiwan has no chance of defending itself versus China, and it matters to the U.S.
China does have their own silicon fabs, but they're terrible. If you look at things like graphics cards that China makes that are purely made by China with their own silicon, they're horrible. They barely work.
But in all seriousness, I don't know how to eat food. Can you please teach me how to eat food?
You make some bitchy, dumb, whiny ass post. I don't know how to eat food. Someone please teach me how to eat.
Yeah, I can teach you how to eat. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
The red line you said to me was
American interest.
It was if American citizens got attacked.
We will hit you back 10 times harder.
Okay, but American citizens were attacked.
So that's what makes this conflict difficult. Is Israel able to take care of that job? If American targets are hit as American targets, right? Let's say they know they're hitting us on an American base. That's a direct hit on the United States.
But if Americans get killed in Israel,
well, if Americans
or
get
get
Israel,
kidnapped and taken hostage by Hamas,
we need to. Well, right now,
you don't see any.
I would prioritize getting those American hostages out. That is a top priority for me. It is a top priority for me.
American military.
Now, right now, let's be tethered to the facts as they exist. They've been releasing hostages two at a time. There's reports yesterday of Hamas willing to do a deal for American hostages to get released.
But that deal apparently collapsed, which is why the Israelis have started the ground war.
So if I'm Commander-in-Chief, my top focus, and there's a lot of levers here, but you prioritize what matters. Getting American hostages home, top priority.
So you would send
getting sons and daughters.
So just to clarify, you would send American troops in to get the hostages.
I would not take an option off the table in a limited way to protect Americans.
Right, but you said
to protect Americans, and America First includes all Americans.
But you did say earlier that you would not want to send any American military into this situation.
I don't want U.S. military involvement in somebody else's war.
You just said you'd send troops in to get the hostages.
American hostages.
Only the American hostages.
Special forces targeted, but Piers, you're paying attention to the negotiations, I trust. There are very clear delineations that Hamas has drawn right now for releasing civilian hostages of other nations.
But just to clarify, Vivek, for this, I mean, you're not seriously suggesting that you would send in American troops down to get hostages.
Special forces or otherwise, or negotiators.
But literally only get American hostages rather than, say, Israeli hostages.
The only condition under which we will have shown up there was because they hold American hostages.
Right, but
this makes no fucking sense. So he would be in favor of military intervention in Israel because there are American hostages, but he wouldn't be in favor of military intervention in Israel if Iran gets involved. But he, like what?
But if we're there, we're going to do the best deal we can to advance American interests, which includes releasing Israeli hostages.
I would say this.
Sorry, chap, I learned this the hard way, dog. Tyrone made me. Ready, Richard? Fuck it. Gawk, 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 gawk. OMG, why do I like it? What does this mean? Gluck, gluck, gluck. My whole body is moving with the glucks and my butt is bouncing. Gawk, gawk, or woo.
All right, well, thank you for that, Sager. You know, I like the Gluck Glucks. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Consistency to what you've now been saying about this, because you started by saying we should have no military involvement in this whatsoever.
What I have said, Piers, at every step, I'll bring you back the North Star. What advances the American interest? Right. That will be my prism. That's different in different situations.
So it's an American interest to go to war with Hamas if they have 4 American hostages? Okay.
But the
and possibly go to war with Iran over 4 American hostages.
question is, what advances the American interest? And to me, the America First agenda includes all Americans. I did my part. As I said, I personally paid.
Like, by the way, we know that Iran has sent agents to the United States to kill American citizens, and they probably already assassinated several American citizens and kidnapped them and brought them back to Iran. So, I don't know why you're so against going to war with Iran then, when they are, in fact, attacking American citizens.
For a charter flight with 200 seats to get people out of harm's way. I've told you, the base is in Syria and Iraq. If I'm commander-in-chief, I want to bring those sons and daughters home. And yes, it would be a top priority. If you're commander-in-chief, you're making decisions holistically. But it is a top priority to bring our hostages
given
home.
our American hostages being held by Hamas,
yes,
then it sounds to me by your criteria that you've set out today in this interview, that by that criteria, as American president, you would send American troops in.
The only reason I criticize that question, Piers, is that there are many other ways short of that we can get those hostages home now. It is literally happening as we speak and are having this conversation.
That's not true. Again, there aren't many ways. You can either forcefully take them back, which probably isn't going to work because they don't know exactly where they're being held, and in all likelihood, Hamas is just going to execute them. Or you can negotiate, but the negotiation terms so far are not doable. Hamas is claiming, okay, we'll give up hostages if there's a ceasefire. Obviously, they're probably lying, for one thing. And two, you can't have a ceasefire. So, you're going to have to wait them out quite a bit for them to change the surrender terms.
So that is a straw man relative to the status quo of deal discussion with hostages actually being released and brought home.
Did you ever see this? What would you do if you were in that airplane and they were coming for you assuming you had no guns? Also, did you talk to Tom about why he hated those anime/hentai artists so much?
No, I forgot to do that. Next time I go out to eat with him, I'll ask. I'll probably do that this week. And let me see.
Some breaking news to tell you about. Hundreds of people stormed the main airport in the Dagestan region.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think they've made 60 arrests so far. But yeah, that was crazy. Fucking Dagestan's a shithole. Yeah, Dagestan is definitely not a country I'd ever fucking go to. So Russia, Dagestan, I don't know if Kazakhstan's any better. But thanks for the donation too.
And if you're U.S. president, you're not making each decision in isolation.
What would your moral
You set certain priorities, and a top priority for me is American hostages.
What is your moral compass, though? If you were to witness Israel, for example, if this escalates, and Israel, which is believed to be a nuclear power, they don't admit it, but they're believed to have nuclear
Probably
weapons.
is. Israel is almost certainly a nuclear power.
If they were to suddenly use a nuclear weapon, would that cross a red line for you?
So my view is this. What advances the American interest? I don't mean to sound like a broken record.
So he's fine with Israel using a nuclear weapon, even if it's in a completely unjustifiable way, turning Gaza into a parking lot and killing every man, woman, child, and lizard crawling across the fucking ground. That is bizarre. Jadler donated $2. Would you be in favor of eating non-vegan products if you had no contribution to rights violations of the animals? So let's say a magical entity delivered 5 pounds of meat to your door once a week without fail. What would the reason be if you had no relation? No, I still wouldn't be interested. One of the reasons being health. I could just eat, vegan mock meats that are better for me. 2, I don't even really like the taste of meat. I prefer eating mock meats. They just taste better. So why would I eat a product that is less healthy for me and that doesn't taste good for no benefit? So even if, there was a magical entity that could make steak appear in front of me, I still wouldn't eat it. Thanks for the donation though, Jadler.
Those circumstances.
Like a broken record.
Well, but I wanted to offer clarity at a moment where I risked maybe sounding ambiguous to you. The real answer is each of those situations has to be looked at through the prism of what caused that to happen.
My overarching question was, is there a limit to what you would accept Israel doing as President of the United States? Is there a red line?
Full accordance with international law and the laws of war.
Do you think at the moment they are acting in accordance with international law?
Yes, they are acting in accordance with international law.
The Geneva Convention, because many think they're breaking.
I believe there's no evidence to suggest that they're outside of that in the context of the laws of just engagement, in the context of what Hamas did to Israel.
I absolutely think they have a right to defend themselves after what happened. I think they're right to try and get rid of Hamas. I've got to say, when I am looking at my social media feed at the moment, and I'm seeing a constant bombardment, quite literally, of these terrible scenes out of Gaza with screaming kids and women who've been slain and so on, and whole areas just completely leveled. I'm looking at this and getting increasingly concerned about the proportionality of what is happening, and also in the understanding.
The proportionality argument is fucking stupid. Look, if Hamas is using human shields and military targets around these people, then that's too bad. It's an unfortunate consequence.
This is why I have hope in people, and why I am vegan, romantic face.
This dog will touch your heart after she lost all of her puppies in a house fire. She went through a state of severe depression and did not eat for a long time. The family that owned her decided to make a smart move, and they had a surprise for her. While she was in the garden of the house, she noticed this box with something moving in it. And the surprise was a small puppy.
Aww.
She thought he was one of her children. She started playing with him directly, and the puppy exchanged this for her. This dog will touch your heart.
Aw, that's sweet. Yes, they have feelings too. Thanks for the donation, Papacado Avocado.
Understanding that clearly it's going to get a lot worse. And if I'm the American president, Joe Biden has already said he's very concerned about this, right? It seems to me what you're trying to say.
Do I watch Lolly? I'll watch Legal Lolly. I'm not interested in Lolly in general, though.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that Israel can do what it wants. That after that attack, there is no limit. As far as you're concerned, sitting in the White House, there is no limit. And a lot of people will hear that.
Piers, let me just challenge one premise here.
Finish your question. A lot of people will hear this, particularly Americans. American Arabs will hear this, and they'll think, what, there's no limit? The American president has no moral line that Israel can cross in their desire to get rid of Hamas.
So I think there's one troubling premise baked in there, which is...
Do you think Brandon Carter's on testosterone? Or he may be on steroids?
He openly admits to being on TRT. So he only just recently said he's on testosterone replacement therapy. I think he's been taking steroids for much longer than that. I think pretty much from the beginning of when he started doing YouTube fitness stuff, he's been on steroids. He used to work as a drug dealer. And again, this is self-admitted. He would sell cocaine in New York and he'd smuggle it from Miami. He said he also admitted that he sold steroids along with, drugs like cocaine. So he was probably on steroids at the time. He's at least certainly not a lifetime natty. So I think he was taking steroids from pretty much the beginning of when he was on YouTube. And he only recently just started saying that he's on TRT. But thanks for the donation, Courtney. Appreciate it.
That the U.S. is the only nation that can have a moral compass? I mean, you're presuming that is
what's
baked into that question. Let's
I think
smoke that
every
up.
country should have
No,
one.
but what's baked into your question?
I didn't like my country, honestly,
what's baked into your question?
I didn't like my country abstaining on the issue of a ceasefire. Have a view. I always think abstention.
I also say have a view. You and I share that in common. Abstention is lame.
Is a lame.
It's a particularly lame response.
It's quite cowardly, actually.
Abstention is a lame response. Yeah. Have a view and defend it. If you're going to be at the table of a body like the UN, if it should exist in the first place. But What's baked into the premise of your question is that Israel has no moral compass, and therefore it's the U.S.'s job to have
I'm
one.
not saying that.
Well, it's baked into the premise of your question that Israel's doing something and the U.S. has a moral compass
I'm saying there are
to decide.
as you know, there are a lot of people around the world, millions, hundreds of millions, right? Especially in the Muslim world, but not just the Muslim world.
And why are we picking on this humanitarian catastrophe or alleged humanitarian catastrophe, but not countless others in other parts of the world over the course of the last 20 years?
I think that
leads to a slippery slope, which is impossible
hypocrisies.
for the U.S. to actually manage. And so we come back
Does it
to
seem
what are
fair
the relations between nations.
Well, let me
the
ask you
job
this,
of each nation is to look after its national self-interest.
Is it fair that Israel is able to turn on, for example, power and water and turn it off for the whole of Gaza?
It wasn't fair that...
Yes, it is fair. Like, again, should Israel be supplying their enemies with food, water, energy when they're at war? That is absolutely fair.
Hamas came from Gaza into Israel on hang gliders
this was
to
before,
kill innocent civilians.
But as the UN...
Poopy Cardo Alvo Poopy in the house.
All right, well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Cardo. Speaking of poop, I have to go take a shit. I will be right back after I'm done doing my poop. Oh. Hey, dog. You want to say hello? It's okay. Come here. Hmm? Okay. What's going on? Hello. Hmm? Yes. Sure good dogs. Hmm? Sure good dogs. Yes. Hmm? You're a good sweetie. Hmm? You're good dogs. Okay. Hmm? Need rub-a-dubs? Yeah, you're a sweetie. I love you. Okay, can you scoot? Thank you. Ugh. That dog that you just witnessed is named Mai. Jadler donated $2. Okay, that's fair. You wouldn't eat the magic meat, but it logically wouldn't interfere with someone's morals if they hold the view to limit rights violations, right? They would be able to eat meat and not be a hypocrite to their own moral beliefs. Yeah, assuming the meat they ate didn't cause a rights violation. So like lab-grown meat, meat that was magically produced by some sort of magical being, you know, something like that. Thanks for the donation though, Jadler.
Why would you take steroids? They're awful. His physique is too muscular to be natural. He's definitely taken steroids. A lot of YouTubers that are in the fitness industry are unreliable. Misleading.
I wouldn't say Brandon Carter has a bad physique. Finn, no. Like, he actually has a lot of gynecomastia. Is that recent? 2019. Yeah, he's been on steroids for a while. I didn't realize his gynecomastia was that bad. I would not say Brandon Carter has a bad physique, though. I'd say most men would probably want to look like that. I don't know who the fuck that is. But, everybody has their own beauty standards, right? So you might not like the look of like really muscular dudes like that. Some might, so I think I'm plenty big without being on gear. But thanks for the donation, Courtney. And yeah, a lot of fitness YouTubers lie about being on steroids and shit, for sure.
Boss clumsily put it, this is not a new conflict. This has been going on
Well,
for a
is
long
it fair
time.
that the Arab people, the descendants of Ishmael, have 20 some odd countries, yet none of them will take on the Palestinians, even as they nominally stand for them against the
I think that's
fight
a
on the
very
Jewish
good
state?
question.
So I think these are questions that we should elevate in our capacity as citizens and as leaders, diplomatically. And I think this may, hearing you, Piers, this may be actually, we might have a lot more common ground than the last 10 minutes might suggest. There's a role for diplomacy.
I mean, I'm not as certain in my
There's
views
a role for,
as you seem to be.
Well, there's a role for diplomacy here. So is the role for the U.S. to engage diplomatically? Yes, around the world. I think the U.S.'s accomplishment, one of the U.S. accomplishments under the Trump administration that I respect was the Abraham Accords. That was a diplomatic achievement, not a military achievement. And I think we should take those diplomatic achievements to the next level. And so if I'm to level set our conversation, we might have risked talking past each other a little bit. It's not that I want to be an ideologue and just say that we're going to be completely callous and have no view on it. We have a view, but what I'm going to do about it is going to be determined by the American self-interest.
One thing you've said
and
today.
so diplomatic engagement, and even that diplomatic engagement would be through the American self-interest, but having that conversation
you talk about
is something that good leaders can do.
Okay, you talk about diplomacy. Was it diplomatic of you, I think you repeated it again in your speech today, to say that if it was left to you, you'd see Israel putting up the heads of the top 100
Not that if it's left to me, if it's left to Israel and that's what they decide to do, I'm perfectly okay with
this
that.
is your idea.
Yeah.
Was that they put the heads on stakes of the 100.
Seymour Butts, can you name all the animals? From left to right, that would be Faye. You have two emojis of Mai, Finn and Prismo.
Top Hamas leaders. That's not diplomacy, is it?
I don't know who Derek Moneyberg is.
And that's going to be literally pouring a bucket of fuel onto a raging fire.
I actually think that might be far better, Piers, as an alternative.
Really?
To a prolonged ground invasion with Gaza involving a bunch of civilians versus taking the top 100 leaders of a terrorist organization that are carrying out.
You can't get rid of a terrorist organization by just killing their leaders. What is he talking about?
A form of genocide.
Isn't that the kind of medieval barbarism which they perpetrated on the people of Israel on October the 7th, which
I think there's one crucial difference.
The civilized world should seek to be above,
Piers, there's a real difference there, a fundamental difference. One is an armed militia doing it against civilians versus going after the perpetrators, and I specifically said the top 100 leaders of Hamas. And this is a fun conversation. It's interesting.
Hamas has a force of somewhere between 20 to 40,000 fighters. The idea that you could eliminate Hamas by getting rid of the top 100 leaders is retarded. Like, that just wouldn't be possible.
Interesting to me, because I've actually just taken objections the other way, saying that that's far too limited in scope, right? Just to say the top 100 leaders of Hamas. Well, why wouldn't we expand the scope of who we hold responsible? So yes, I do think that's diplomacy.
But Barack Obama
actually
never showed images of a dead Osama bin Laden. He didn't feel that would be the right thing to do. He felt that would be too inflammatory, is my understanding.
Well,
so
yeah, the Osama bin Laden thing was really weird. So they're fine with showing, like, the US government was fine with showing Saddam Hussein getting executed. They were fine with showing, what's his name? Fuck. I'm having a brain fart. Who is the guy? We came, we left. Hillary Clinton. Somebody jog my memory. The other guy in Africa who is the horrible dictator. We've shown other horrible dictators getting executed on TV, and then Gaddafi. Yeah. We were fine with showing Gaddafi getting executed, and then, yeah, for some reason Osama bin Laden? Like, really? That was weird, for sure. And a lot of people actually suspected he was already dead or something. The only thing I could figure for why the US didn't show Osama bin Laden's dead body is because he was probably extremely elderly. And he was likely on his deathbed already. So it just wouldn't have been a good look for them to have spent all that time, all that money, you know, going after somebody who's like 80 years old, who's geriatric as fuck, and on their deathbed.
Two things in response to that. That's Barack Obama is not my arbiter of what counts as good diplomacy or not. And second is each situation is different. I mean, each situation is different about asking what is in the American self-interest. So I'm not saying.
Let's see. Jeff donated, or Jadler donated $2. Okay, so by that logic, if I never buy anything non-vegan but go to a party and there was non-vegan food there by default, they were going to be there if I went to the party or not. And it's the end of the party and it's going to go in the trash, I can eat it, right? So long as nobody like sees you eating it, or it wouldn't be used for some other food as leftovers or something, then conceivably. Like there is, you know, that concept of freeganism. The thing I don't like about freeganism is a lot of the time when people do things like that, like eat leftovers from a party or something, other people see them eating meat. And if other people see you eating meat like leftovers that are going to be thrown out in the trash otherwise, then it just tells other people that, you know, eating meat is socially and culturally acceptable. So you're just encouraging more meat eating. I would rather people take a hard stance and say it is not okay to eat meat. So yeah, that's my position on that. Hope that answers your question, Jadler.
On the Israel point, I was very clear in my speech when I brought this up. That is, I said it about 3 times, that is Israel's decision to make, not ours. And I think that provides a level of, yes, moral clarity about who the leader of a nation owes an obligation to. David Ben-Gurion had a vision for Israel. Self-sufficiency, makes its own decisions for its own security. George Washington, in his farewell address in the United States of America, had a vision for this nation, the lead founding father of our nation, that we look to the interests of our citizens without foreign entanglements. And I think if we're honest about that, I actually think that opens up greater possibility for peace everywhere, because both our allies and our adversaries can actually trust what we say. Red lines will actually be red lines, because if they're crossed, it means it really violates the national self-interest. That's the way I look at it.
One of the other candidates for President, Ron DeSantis, has said that the students who've been protesting across American campuses, very pro-Palestinian, a lot of Jewish students feeling very threatened by it, some of these students actually beaming pro-Hamas imagery to the buildings at George Washington University and so on, that they should be taken out. If they have visas, they should be revoked and so on. You've said you don't believe in that because of free speech. But again, is there no limit to that free speech? If people are actively supporting and promoting a terror organization like Hamas, isn't that hate speech, not free speech?
Well, to be clear, I am an ardent defender of the First Amendment.
So I agree with you.
So the First Amendment does not protect against actual incitement to violence, to say, hey, go kill that guy right there, do it now, shoot him. That's not protected speech.
What about saying Hamas is right?
So in the U.S., the jurisprudence on this, I mean, the U.S. is very clear. Anything that is an expression of an opinion is protected. So if you're expressing an opinion, however heinous, that opinion is protected by the First Amendment. All opinions are protected. Now, my view is some of those are heinous opinions. We're the country, the United States of America, who said the Nazis could march in Skokie, Illinois. Many people around
The Poo and We song, the Poo and We song. Join around if you know the Poo and We song. The Poo and We song, the Poo and We song. Join around if you know the Poo and We song. The Poo and We song, the Poo and We song. Right, babe?
I took too much nicotine and now I feel sick. Fuck. Yeah, so, the Poo and We song, sure. Oh, goddamn. So, Vivek is stupid. Free speech should not protect hate speech. I don't know how you can... Hate speech encourages violence. Might not be as direct as incitements of violence, like we should kill this person or yelling fire in a building, something like that. But it's direct enough where it is speech that should be controlled and banned. Like the whole reason the Nazis became popular and took over Germany is because they were allowed to say what they said. So this, like, again, this idea that, oh, I'll protect hate speech, that encourages violence, it's just fucking retarded. If he's going to be against incitements of violence, I don't know why he is against controlling hate speech.
The world would disagree with that, but that's what makes America itself. I disagree vehemently with those Nazis, but I will defend to the death in this country, the right of anybody to express their opinion.
You'll defend to the death the right of people to be Nazis in America?
The right of people to express an opinion. Being a Nazi can involve more than that, right? If you're taking action based on that, no. Heck no. But if you want to...
But if you're promoting and supporting a Nazi ideology, why would you want to accept that in America?
I don't want to accept that. The way we defeat it...
Why would you tolerate it?
I don't tolerate it. We don't tolerate it through more speech. You defeat it in the marketplace of ideas, and we're not tolerating.
You do not defeat Nazism in the marketplace of ideas. If you defeat Nazism in the marketplace of ideas, then how the fuck did Nazi Germany ever exist? How were the Nazis defeated, by the way? Did we debate them? No, we went to war with them and we fucking killed them. This is the most idiotic fucking idea imaginable. There are people who are ideologues, and there are people who are very easily radicalized. I would say most people are very easily radicalized. That's how you lead to fucking, that's how you get Nazi Germany to begin with. So no, you do not defeat Nazism in the marketplace of ideas. You defeat Nazism by not allowing Nazism. It's so stupid. I don't get it.
Because think about what you're doing to somebody who has that nasty opinion and then tell them that they have to keep it to themselves. You tell people they can't speak, they scream.
But would you allow people
If you tell people they can't scream, that's when they take physical action. So I don't want to see that.
Would you be happy to see pro-Nazi
No, I'm not
marches?
happy. Of course I'm not
If you're
happy
President of the
about
United States, you would allow it to happen. Nazi marches.
I'll tell you something deeper, Piers. This is how it works in the United States. It's not even my power to decide whether to allow it to happen. The Constitution and the Supreme Court has already long held that the expression of heinous opinions is part of the American constitutional life. To say that the government, no government actor, should ever decide which opinion.
This idea is so ridiculous. So, most countries have laws against hate speech.
Are you a smoker? When is the last time you done drugs? When is the last time you smoked cannabis?
I do not smoke. I only take nicotine lozenges. Last time I smoked weed was a long fucking time ago. It's gotta be close to it's probably around 5 years now. Thanks for the donation though, Courtney. Last time I did drugs, drugs, party drugs or recreational drugs, I think a year or two ago, I did magic mushrooms. It's been a while since I've done any. Thanks again, Courtney. So this idea that if you take away...
He is a sneaky little kitty.
Let me take a look. Papacado. Damn it. Fuck. That's cute. I wasn't doing anything. Oh, speaking of cats, hello. Can I help you, sir? Thanks for that donation, Papacado. So yeah, most other countries have laws against hate speech. So Canada, Europe, UK. You don't see this phenomena of, oh, well, if these groups aren't allowed to express their opinions, they turn to violence. You don't see that. You see the exact opposite, in fact. These countries where there's laws against hate speech, you see less far-right-wing, fascist or totalitarian violence. You don't see Nazi marches or Nazi groups that attack Jews or minorities. You see less of it. So if the ideology isn't allowed to spread, you end up seeing less of that violence. So this concept he's talking about is just plain and simple wrong. Hate speech laws are cringe. No, they're not. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have a cat here. Yeah, that's a good cat. Likes it when I pet his butt. Yeah, you're a sweetie, Prismo. I love you.
A little bit different than
But it
the
sounds
traditional
to me,
politicians, but that's where I come out.
I want to be precise about
Yes,
this, because
absolutely.
as I was waiting to interview you, I was looking at your tweets today, actually, about Israel.
Damn
It
it.
just seemed to...
Whoops.
Opinions can and cannot be expressed, period. That's what the First Amendment is all about. Once we lose that, once the government can decide which ideas can and cannot be expressed, that's the ballgame. And I've been the major defender of this from a right-wing perspective for years, right? Saying that conservatives should be allowed to express skepticism of COVID vaccines or the origin of the COVID pandemic or questions relating to race or questions relating to
You
asking
said you
government
wouldn't
questions.
have your vaccines again if you had your time.
As a side note, that's true, yeah.
Why?
I'm a young, healthy man, and I think that we have risks of myocarditis that are revealed now that weren't revealed then.
You have lower risk of myocarditis from the vaccine than from getting actual COVID. Again, this guy doesn't... By the way, he runs a pharmaceutical company, and he doesn't know this. This idiot has a pharmaceutical company and doesn't realize that there's a higher risk of getting myocarditis if you get COVID than if you take the vaccine.
The only reason I took it was a matter of convenience. We couldn't travel.
You do accept, I presume, that many millions of people had their lives saved by the vaccines.
I think by vaccines other than COVID-19, sure. I think the COVID-19 vaccines, I think that there's a deeper debate to be had about the cost
You
and
don't
benefit.
think they saved millions of lives?
Well, I think the costs exceeding the benefits are really a case-by-case
What's the cost
discussion.
of a human life?
The question is how many human lives were lost also as a consequence of myocarditis or other risks that are yet untested.
I don't think there's been a single death attributed to myocarditis from the vaccine. So, 0?
Absolutely tiny number.
So this is an area that strikes near and dear
I've
to
studied
my
the
heart.
myocarditis thing.
Yeah, I don't know if there's even been a single death. If there have been, it's like probably 2 or 3 at most. Myocarditis is something that's extremely easily treatable, and most people who get it survive anyway. So, what the fuck?
Extremely thoroughly.
Including in young men and what the cost-benefit analysis
Well, because actually
is,
I've got 3 sons in their 20s, and at least one of them thought he may have had myocarditis. So I studied
So
it.
it's personal to you. I developed 5 medicines which are FDA approved today. The ultimate hypocrisy at the heart of our regulatory regime, Piers, is on one hand, and I'm an absolutist in both directions here, on one hand, this FDA in the US that says you can't even...
Eddie Abu is on a mission to ask people to eat whole single-ingredient foods. What do you think about his video on ways to build muscle?
Oh, this guy's a fucking retard. You should never listen to anything he says. This guy is a steroid addict.
Ways to boost muscle growth. Eat more eggs.
Eggs do not boost muscle growth.
An egg, when you eat an egg, 48% of the egg can become tissue. When
No. 48% of the egg does not become muscle tissue.
you eat protein powders, whey protein, it's about 16-17%.
I don't know where he got these numbers. That is entirely made up.
Animal protein is better for you,
Animal protein is not better for you.
especially eggs. Apart from breast milk, it's the best protein on the planet. Sleep and rest is important. When you're in the gym, you're not building any muscle. You're tearing them. That's how the body works. The body likes to break things down and build it back up. Make sure you get a decent amount of sleep and take some rest days. Resting is as important as your training.
Yes, so you recover and get an adaptation from exercise during the rest period, so that's true.
And then the third, to replace everything you eat with real food. Ditch every processed food.
Processed food does not prevent you from building muscle.
Ditch all the wheat. Ditch all the sugar. We never had any sugar when you're bodybuilding. The only time you need carbohydrates really is running your training. Ditch the bloody bagels. Bagels not food. Pasta. That's one of the last things we would have eaten when we were training. Sweet potatoes. They contain...
This guy took a shit ton of steroids. He was a steroid abuser. He's on steroids right now. He literally took drugs that increased nitrogen utilization, and then he's telling you need to eat eggs. Like, right. So you're on steroids. Why don't you ever tell anybody about the fucking steroids you take?
in the right micronutrients. Even wild rice.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Lane Norton even commented, 100% of Eddie's statistics are made up. This guy's a fucking dipshit. He's so fucking stupid. I don't know why the hell he's so against carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are very important for testosterone. If you eat less carbohydrates and you eat a low carbohydrate diet, your testosterone's going to go down because carbohydrates lower cortisol. Carbohydrates lower cortisol, and then that raises your testosterone. And they also increase nitrogen utilization. So that guy's just a fucking idiot. You should never listen to anything that dumbass says.
Try a medicine or a vaccine unless it's been through 10 years of testing. You don't have the right to try it. I reject that. I'm a right to try absolutist. I think you should be able to make an informed decision for yourself of whether you want to take that risk or not. But part of being a right to try absolutist is I'm a right not to try absolutist too. Just because the FDA has pushed it through, nobody should be mandated to take it.
But you're not suggesting,
So
just to be clear, you're not suggesting that more people died of myocarditis
No, I'm not.
as a result of taking vaccines than the number of people whose lives were saved.
I'm not making an empirical claim. I'm making a normative claim that everybody should be able to decide for
Because
themselves.
it was a tiny number of people who died from myocarditis, and every vaccine has people who have reactions. I'm not diminishing.
I think that they were. I think they were decidedly higher in this case.
I'm not diminishing it was a problem, nor am I saying that with hindsight, clearly younger people were not as affected by COVID as older people. We now know that as a fact.
So my philosophy as a policymaker is medical choice absolute in both directions. Medical choice to try what hasn't been approved. You should have the right to make that informed decision. And just because it has been approved, under no condition should it be mandated. That's the policy making that.
Let me read you a quote from Nikki Haley, one of your other rivals to be president. She says, you want to go and defund Israel, you want to give Taiwan to China, you want to go and give Ukraine to Russia. Under your watch, you will make America less safe. Now, we've discussed Israel. You've clarified your position on Taiwan. And I think it's significant that you now said you would send in American troops to defend Taiwan should China try and attack it.
I said we would militarily defend.
You'd send troops in.
It depends on whether ground troops are actually what matter or not. You could talk about destroyers. You could talk about SSGNs.
But you would send American military in to defend the Taiwanese.
We would militarily defend Taiwan, yes, at least until we've achieved semiconductor independence.
I mean, that wasn't.
And I'm the only candidate who said it.
But it wasn't what you used to say.
Piers, that's false.
That's not what he used to say.
I have said that. Yeah, it is false. You can check this for yourself. I have always said the part that these people are picking at is the fact that I said at least until Taiwan gained semiconductor independence. So you look at my earliest statements on this, all the way back to the Nixon Library.
Okay, so here is where I'm curious again.
At least until semiconductor independence is the part that these people trip up on.
All right, so here's where I'm curious again. So if Taiwan gets attacked and invaded by an authoritarian regime like China, you wouldn't hesitate to have American military defend them.
And you know why?
Well, no, you've explained why.
Yeah, because we depend on them for our modern way of life, that island.
Business, okay. So,
well, not business. It's our modern way of life. These lights wouldn't work right now, and our phones wouldn't work.
But this brings me neatly to Ukraine,
yes,
which was invaded and attacked. So it's a sovereign democratic country. It was attacked.
Democratic with an asterisk.
No, it was democratic. You fucking moron.
An asterisk.
Well, it had a massive majority voted for democracy.
Well, much of the regions that are occupied haven't been represented in Ukraine's parliament for 9 years.
Right.
So, table stakes discussion.
They've been occupied.
But it is, okay, you can call it asterisk democracy. I'll say democracy. But it was attacked and invaded by Russia. And you originally, when you first tweeted about it, you were quite censorious about what Russia had done and pro-Ukraine. Your rhetoric changed.
I wasn't pro-Ukraine, but I found it offensive. I mean, I've said this at every step. Putin is a craven dictator. Okay, Putin is absolutely a craven dictator.
Is he a war criminal?
I don't know. I don't have enough information to suggest he's a war criminal.
What?
The ICJ makes that judgment. Again, the U.S. president.
You don't think what he's done in Ukraine constitutes a war crime?
He has committed so many war crimes. So he ordered the genocide of innocent civilians. Russia is literally going and just killing Ukrainians. Immediately when the war started, there was one of the most horrific fucking massacres ever. Hundreds and hundreds of innocent people were fucking gunned down by Russian troops. He's also attacked critical infrastructure, including power, which is a war crime. He deliberately attacks civilians that aren't valid military targets, which is a war crime. How the fuck does this guy think that Putin has not committed war crimes?
Based on what we've seen, a lot of it looks likely to meet the ICJ's test, but I don't think the U.S. president...
It meets any test, doesn't
Well,
it?
I think that a lot of people have committed war crimes then, on that basis, right? So you can't just selectively single him out.
Well, illegally invading a sovereign country
Here's my view.
is a crime, isn't it?
For us to get on the same page, is Putin an evil dictator? Yes, he is. Just because Putin is bad, does that mean Ukraine is good? No, it does not. Okay, this is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. This is a country that has consolidated all of its media into one state TV media arm. This is a country that celebrated a Nazi in its own ranks in front of the Canadian Parliament, Zelensky did. This is a country that's effectively threatening the U.S. not to hold its elections unless the U.S. forks over more money.
That was Canada, you idiot.
And also against the backdrop.
Fucking Zelensky's Jewish.
Piers, it's worth wondering why that
This guy's an idiot.
went nowhere, but Luhansk and Donetsk were easily captured without counter-resistance. Why? These are Russian-speaking regions. Many residents there don't even view themselves as part of Ukraine. They view themselves as part of Russia. And for the better part of the last decade...
That's because they're ethnic Russians, you idiot.
WTF is with this guy's demeanor? Everything he says is so intense, lol.
I wouldn't say everything he says is intense. He's just a fucking moron. Thanks for that donation, JP. Yeah, the reason why there's so many people in Ukraine that support Russia or want Russia to take over Ukraine is because they're ethnic Russians. Russia committed a fucking genocide in Ukraine and replaced the people there with ethnic Russians. So no shit they're going to be pro-Russia, you idiot.
Decade, almost 10 years, they haven't even been represented in the Ukrainian parliament.
Well, there are large
so we have to measure that against the
large
facts
swathes of the United
what we're gonna
States are English-speaking. Should we have it back?
What's that?
Large parts of America are English-speaking. Should we have that back?
Well, all
By
of them
your
have
criteria?
all of them have been represented
Should we
in the
come
U.S.
and get
government.
revenge for George III's incompetence? And
Everyone.
say, well, hang on, you're all speaking English.
Every one of them
So
gets.
actually, we're having it all
Piers,
back.
Piers, I
thanks.
think you're purposely.
In which case, you may not
you're
be
purposely
president.
avoiding the
You may not be
hilarious
president.
part about that.
I might be King Piers of the United States of America.
It's the dream of many Englishmen, perhaps, but that's okay. It's not going to happen. No, I don't get your point because the whole point is they weren't represented in Ukraine's government. Okay, and the United States national identity is different than the cultural identity of the people in the
But
Donbass.
ideologically, what's the difference between?
I'll tell you what.
Racing American military to defend Taiwan, but in your case, wanting to stop funding American military support for Ukraine at the moment when many would say it's never been more important.
Because my basis for preventing China from invading Taiwan right now was not that Taiwan is a democracy.
No,
my basis for doing
wanted
it
their money.
is that there's American self-interest at issue. Our modern way
of life. What about all the foodstuffs that come out of Ukraine?
Our food we can be self-sufficient in this country. The foodstuffs that come from Ukraine to the United States is not going to affect our modern way of life. I mean, that's the hard answer.
So for you, it's a pure financial...
That is ridiculous. Like, how many people are suffering from food insecurity? So this guy wants to reduce available food, making food prices go up, and then we already have food insecurity issues because of how expensive foods become with inflation, and he just wants to make it worse.
We're not having. It's not just financial.
It's not a
it's
moral
self-interest. It's not a moral calculation of whether the U.S.
Self-interested or selfish?
It's American-centric. And I think it was actually selfish for the leaders of the United States to indulge their moral vanities while leaving Americans holding the bag here at home. And here's the other thing, Piers. We're not having this conversation in a vacuum. Look at this. How well has this gone?
Look. Little guy adopted a human.
You didn't give me a link, but thanks for the donation, Papacado.
Forking over nearly $200 billion direct and in kind.
I think it's gone incredibly
value.
well. I'll tell you why.
I think it's gone. I think it's
gone
let me explain
Why.
disastrously.
Let me explain why. Everybody assumed that Putin would run over Kyiv, take control.
That was a wrong assumption.
Kick out rest
because there was a Ukrainian counterinsurgency
because Ukrainians fought for their democratic rights.
And why didn't they fight in the Donbass?
Freedom. And I remember a time when America used to celebrate.
But Piers, you're missing one super important detail here. You actually made the point that I would like to make, which is the reason why Russia has succeeded in the parts of the Donbass they're occupying is that the people there have more of an affinity for Russia than they do to Ukraine.
But actually,
so you can't say democracy sometimes, but not others. These people don't want to be part of Ukraine.
It isn't actually true because
Vivek thinks that because there's ethnic minorities in a certain region that want to defect, that region should no longer belong to the country. So if there's like an influx of Chinese in the U.S. and they want Texas to be...
Sorry about that. Here you go.
And they want like a certain part of the U.S. to be part of China, that should become part of China? That's fucking insane. Thanks, Papacato. Let me take a look.
Love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Maybe we can make it if we're heart to heart. And we can build this thing together, standing strong forever.
That's really cute. Wow. She got a little work buddy with him. Oh. Oh my god. That's really cute. Thanks for the donation, Papacato.
Most of the
Many
polls,
of them
no,
don't
the
want to
polls
be.
show that the people in those regions still want to be part of Ukraine.
Many of them don't, and that's why
Some
there was no
don't.
counterinsurgency.
Some don't. I was told it was like 10 to 15%.
They haven't been represented in Luhansk and
It's
Donetsk.
a small percentage.
Do you agree with what Ediabio says?
Let me take a look.
Controversial opinions
I will tell you, any video he makes, I will disagree with.
about food. I call them opinions. I still stand by them. I'm not going to change because I believe it's the right way. Fruit. If you're trying to lose body fat, stay the fuck away from fruit. The only fruit you should eat really are berries. You know, the
Fruit does not prevent weight loss.
blueberries and the blackberries and the strawberries. You eat an apple, you just think, hang on, it's a bag of sugar. So for now, I just think if you're trying to lose body fat, leave it alone.
This guy is like absolutely retarded.
When you get to the point, then you can.
Like, it's funny how he's so paranoid about sugar that he won't even eat apples, but he's fine with taking tons of steroids.
And counting calories. That is the most stupid idea ever. People just counting calories and eating all this shit. When you count calories, you're making an assumption that the food that you're eating is food. Most of what
The food you're eating is food. Well, yeah, it would be food, wouldn't it?
it's in the shops now, the processed plastic shit, it's not food. When you see something that even
If it has calories, then it is food, sir.
microorganisms can land on it, it's plastic. Squares bars, that's plastic food. Stop counting calories. When you eat properly, you never need to have to count one single calorie.
That is totally false. Just because you're not eating processed food, that doesn't mean calorie counting isn't useful.
Believe that milk, I eat a bit of cheese. Here's the thing. Why do humans just insist on drinking milk like babies? Fuck off. We're not babies. And then you say, don't drink milk. And then these companies come out with different ideas. Let's drink oat milk. That's shit. Almond milk, same shit. Stop drinking milk. Milk is for babies. That's enough. Fiber.
Almond milk is not the same thing as cow's milk. Cow's milk is not good for you. But the idea that almond milk or soy milk is bad is retarded.
Everywhere you look, oh, you need to get fiber, you need to get fiber. They bring all this packaged shit with big high fiber on top of it. That's bullshit. The reason why you need fiber is because you're eating shit. You're eating foods that they're taking all.
This guy is against eating fruit, but is against eating processed food. Non-processed foods tend to be high in fiber, dude.
The fiber from. I eat avocados, quite high in fiber. I eat olives,
It's not a very high fiber food.
high in fiber. I eat red meat. So I got fiber. I
He thinks red meat has fiber in it.
never need to include
Dummy, only plant foods have fiber.
vegetables in my plant because I eat enough fiber, carbs. If you're trying to lose body fat, the reason why you store the body fat in the first place is because you're eating foods that tell your body to store energy for a rainy day. That's body fat. And the foods that
You store body fat because you're in a caloric surplus.
tell your body to store that energy are mainly carbohydrates, guys.
No, carbohydrates don't tell your body to store body fat. Eating a caloric surplus tells your body to store body fat.
Wake the fuck up. Low-fat foods. The only low-fat food you can eat really are things like prawns, chicken breasts, stuff like that, cod without the skin.
Most foods are low fat. Like any fruit, any vegetable, any bean, any legume, they're all low in fat. It's only like nuts, seeds, avocados, coconuts, oils, and some animal products that are high in fat.
All the other low-fat stuff with fucking low-fat written on them, that's bullshit. Everything that's in a packet, everything that's man-made, everything that's ultra-processed, that says low-fat, stay as far away from it as possible. The people that make our food, they just want money and don't give a flying fuck whether you're sick or not. The last one is...
Says the guy taking a shit ton of fucking steroids and telling you to eat tons of red meat.
Exercise. I'm a gym owner and I'm telling you this. The least important part of your fat loss journey is the exercise. It's mainly your diet.
So that is true. The biggest thing that's going to contribute to a caloric deficit is your diet. You cannot produce a substantive caloric deficit from exercise alone.
And exercise all you want. If your diet is shit, it ain't gonna work. If you want to change how you look, if you want to lose body fat and keep it up for good, learn how to eat properly.
And you're not going to learn how to eat properly from this idiot. All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Courtney.
Do you think Finn could be a good home defense dog?
Damn it. Oh, fuck. I hate it when I do that. Eh.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Yes, Finn would be a great home defense dog. He's so goddamn cute and cuddly, he'll make any kind of burglar just want to play with him, rather than steal stuff.
Oh, dark.
Yes. Dog protect. Alright, well thanks for the donation, PP.
They have not even been represented in the Ukrainian parliament.
Would you really, if you won the presidency in 2024?
I would do a deal that ends this war.
What's your deal? I mean, you and
Here's the
Donald
deal.
Trump talk about, we're going to sort it
Well,
all
I'll
out
give you
tomorrow.
detail. In my case, I'll give you details.
You would give Putin what he's taken. Right?
I won't give him anything. There's a deal.
What would you give him?
I wouldn't give him anything. I would give him a deal.
What's the deal he's going to take then?
Well, here's the deal. He has to exit his military alliance with Xi Jinping. End the Russia-China military alliance. That's the top threat that the U.S.
What's
faces.
the deal with Ukraine
And then in
territory?
return, what we get is a hard commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO. In truth, that's just keeping.
But what about the land he's taking?
Well, this is the most important part: is the NATO hard. This is what matters most to Putin. There's other parts.
Oh, right. As if the NATO thing matters to Putin. Give me a fucking break. This guy's such an ignorant moron.
Parts of this deal I can talk about.
By the way, what's the point of making a deal with Russia? They've violated every fucking deal they've ever made.
On both sides. The most important element of each, and then I can go to the second most. The most important element is Russia exit its military alliance with China. We make a hard commitment that NATO not admit Ukraine to NATO, which, by the way, Piers.
Yeah, Russia would just invade again and they'd keep their military alliance. What is going to make them adhere to that deal? Vivek is such an idiot.
That violates, we've systematically violated a commitment we made back in 1990. James Baker, the U.S. Secretary of State, made a commitment to Gorbachev.
Tell me on this.
No, he didn't. No, he fucking didn't. Oh my god, that is just total bullshit.
And then here we would freeze the current lines of control.
What?
Freeze the current lines of control.
You would give Putin everything
I wouldn't
he's
give him
stolen?
anything. I would freeze the current lines of control.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
These are Russian-speaking regions that are occupied today.
You would literally give Putin what he's stolen.
You would
give
not,
a guy.
I'm not giving him anything. I'm giving him a deal.
What did you describe him as to me again?
It's conditioned.
What did you call Putin?
He's an evil dictator.
You give an
so
evil
is Xi
dictator.
Jinping. So are countless others.
Land he's stolen by killing people. You would give him the land.
Pierce, I'm not going to give him anything. I'm giving him a deal.
You've just said you give him the whole.
I'm not going to give him. That's your word, not mine. I give him a deal. What I would do.
Vivek is so stupid. So very stupid, dude.
We would require Russia to exit its military alliance with China. What threatens the United
Which they would never do.
States of America?
What message are you
the
sending?
Russian-China military
Vivek,
alliance.
You're president of the United States, and you.
Right, so basically, don't do what we tell you not to do, which obviously they're not going to listen to them. And they keep the land they've stolen from Ukraine. So they're just going to invade Ukraine again. Like, what? This guy is so dumb.
Say, all right, Vladimir. I know you invaded illegally a sovereign democratic country, and they fought for
It's
their
not a democratic country.
And they fought.
Ukraine is not a democratic country.
And they fought. For
It is a
Ukraine
democratic
not a democratic
country.
I don't agree with you.
I mean,
I don't agree with
look
you.
at what they're doing to the Ukrainian Orthodox
Let me
Church
finish-
right now.
let me finish
This
this
is
convers-
it's just a myth.
Let me finish-
But we're having a mythological conversation.
Well, you don't
Ukraine
think it
is not a democratic
The
country.
people of Ukraine voted for democracy in massive majority.
Except for the ones that didn't vote that happened to be in the regions occupied by Russia.
But you would give this area that they've stolen back to the Russians, right? So you're
I
telling,
would not.
You're telling
it would be
every,
conditioned.
You're telling every.
I would not do
Hang
anything
on.
other than we get what we want in
You're telling
return.
every evil dictator in the world, you can go and invade any country you like, take whatever land you can in a bloody war for as long as
Piers,
you like.
what I find
and
fascinating.
then eventually I'll just give it to you.
How many hours of your show, or minutes, or seconds, have you dedicated to what Azerbaijan has done to Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh on the different region on the other side of Caspian? Zero is probably the answer, just like every other major member of the media. Why? Because Ukraine has been as successful in selling this Pied Piper myth in the United States as Azerbaijan has. Yet what Azerbaijan just did in Nagorno-Karabakh over the same region, dating back to even September of this year, pin drop silence. So if you're going to apply that standard, you would be applying it far more broadly.
But applying your standard as President of the United States seems
My standard is stay out of them all. Because if you're in Ukraine for that reason, the United States would be in 10 other conflicts right now. And so you're selectively applying it, if I may say, Piers, not even to the best example you could make, because Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy.
Churchill's quote about crocodiles and appeasers, right?
Well, that's applied selectively, analogizing some element of history as opposed to analyzing what the individual situation is. And so where is Azerbaijan, Armenia? Why is that not part of the conversation? Just because the media has decided that that isn't what we're going to pay attention to, because it's not what the cool kids are talking about, likely because it's Christians at stake. Let's be honest about that. So this is a country in Ukraine that's gone after the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. This is a country where the regions of Russia that have been occupied, several of those provinces, Luhansk and Donetsk in particular, not even represented in the Ukrainian parliament. So the idea that this is some...
Why would they want them to be represented in parliament if they're so sympathetic to Russia? Like, no shit.
Battle of good versus evil is a farce. And even if you're going to pick good versus evil, there's a lot other better examples to pick. And I'm principled to say that we should not be making those moral judgments for other people when my moral obligation is to the people of the United States of America.
But you have just made a moral judgment. You've actually said to an evil dictator, you can come and grab that land and keep it.
No, that presumes that it was our job.
That's a moral judgment.
It presumes that it was our job to be able to say yes or no in the first place. That is not the job.
We literally made a deal with Ukraine saying we'd defend them against Russia if Russia attacks on the condition that they'd give up their nuclear weapons. So this guy does, like, oh my god, dude. Yeah, we had an obligation to defend Ukraine, stupid. Oh my god. I feel so bad. What are we at? 51 minutes. Let's maybe start playing video games. We'll start with Spider-Man tonight. But I think I'll do a Halloween stream where we try to finish Alan Wake 2 or something tomorrow. Or today, technically. I'm just gonna go grab the PS5 and I'm gonna grab a drink too.